Yo.
Good afternoon, Wooly. How are you doing today?
Not too bad. How you doing?
I'm all right.
Happy New Year.
Oh, Happy New Year. I forgot that happened. I guess I just streamed during it.
Oh my God! It's the everlag. It's the everlag is happening again. So
All right.
Wait.
So what do I do to do this? I
you
turn it off, I
literally
turn it on
you
again?
literally just exit the call and re-enter the call and then
Hello, am I fixed now?
Yep, that's all it is. For some
Dude,
reason,
technology is so good and I love it.
yeah, they're fixed.
That's
Just-
so good. I love it.
Yep.
Oh man, I love it.
I mean it's kind of sick to be speaking desynced from yourself. That's a cool power. If you could do that in real life, you could fuck people up.
I saw a ventriloquist on TikTok do that.
Yeah.
And it makes people really upset.
Was it the guy who said two words at the same time? Like
I don't know about that.
There's a ventriloquist who had a video showing off like pronouncing hard words with like advanced ventriloquism, and the last trick was he said the word at the same time as the puppet, and it sounded like it came from two places, you know? And the trick was essentially each syllable he just like repeated from the two different. He threw the second syllable and then went back to his own and threw it again, but it was done super well that it sounded like two people talking at the same time.
Burn that guy. He's a witch.
I mean, if you're
Burn him.
at this, well, but then that's the last ventriloquist, right? If you're one of
Good.
those people that is like holding on to like a super ancient or like antiquated skill, I mean, it's pretty impressive if you get that good with it in the year of our Lord 2026.
You know, I remember there was a I think it was a Tumblr post from ages ago that was like, I don't know about all this technology, because back in the day, you'd have some local priest out in Germany that had obsessive tendencies, and he would go out in the morning and he would go into every brook and stream and dale and meadow and catalog every fucking beetle in his province and have this exhaustive like bug manuscript that people would find and use later for yada yada yada. And now that guy just writes strategy guides for Sonic games.
Yeah, there was a time and place that you could apply that to something useful.
And like,
Yeah.
granted, I am part of that problem explicitly.
Yeah, no. Unfortunately, when you have to laser target your autism at certain things and you choose something not useful for humanity, we all suffer. We all suffer because, like...
Did you get the math one? Oh, the math's a good one. That's a good one.
But can you apply it to something besides Souls boss formulas and watching for rolling rocks? Can you apply it to something that we will all step forward into the future with?
Can you put it into nuclear fission? Can you get that one?
Because when they do, it's incredible, and we all are like, "You're the best." We are morons,
but
and your focus
what if you
is
could
incredible.
play a horror game from 1998 blindfolded?
Listen.
What if
okay?
Hey, listen. No,
Hey,
you listen.
If you're all of you who are hearing me who are autistic, you have superpowers, and it's kind of incredible. And if you can just hone
That's
that,
not true. That's not true.
If you can hold for those,
that's objectively false.
Some of them do. Some of you do.
That's
some of you do.
Medically, psychologically false.
Okay, well, I'll say it I'll say it, everyone, and then for those that do, if you can target it towards really cool shit.
You sound like Shane Black writing The Predator trying to get super autism.
Oh man.
Or the
Mass Effect.
Wooly, I have said a lot of whatevers on the. You sound like a buffoon right now.
Or the Mass Effect machine. The Mass Effect mission. Right.
Yeah. Just hook all the autistics into the computer.
That's how we solve it.
No, come on, stop it.
All right. Well, either way, the guy who was doing all the cataloging is no longer a thing. And I was reading a discussion about how someone popped up with a thing going like, back in the day my parents used to say, go outside and you're not allowed back in the house until sundown.
Yeah, no, my parents just say that all the time.
And it's like, it's not like, hey, you should go outside. It was like, the door is locked. You are not allowed back inside.
Yeah, no. It's like, how'd my parents do it all? Well, they kicked their kids out of the house for about 9 hours every single day.
Nuts.
Yeah, dude,
that seems so
fucking
insane.
chores I could do in an empty house?
It seems
I could do a lot of chores.
And then from that led to the whole, like, you know, here comes the 90s nostalgia video of like, here's all the pop culture and times used to be simpler, and then were times simpler, or did you just not know about how much it sucked for other people? And then or you were a kid and you had less responsibilities, so it didn't matter what era you grew up in, etc.
There's so many things going on here, but I will say times used to explicitly be simpler because you didn't have the cursed rectangle in your pocket that told you everything that's bad in the world at all moments.
You were also younger and literally had less responsibilities. Your parents were doing, or whoever was doing most of the heavy lifting on that. You had much less on your plate to worry about on a day-to-day basis, so it felt, you know, simpler. Also, without the rectangle, you have the fact that everybody,
this damn cursed rectangle.
So everybody's tuned in to cultural moments in a more shared experience kind of way, which means
you're talking about the diffusion of like pop culture.
It means less, right? Pop culture like hit everyone in a more concentrated way. And if you go back before our time, back when there was like fucking 3 channels, it was the most concentrated ever, you know?
Yeah, so like you go back and you asked your mom and your dad or whatever, it's like, did you watch All in the Family or the Jeffersons or like Sanford and Sons or Happy Days or whatever the fuck, right? And like there's like a 50% chance anyone from that generation watched like a couple of those shows because that was what was the fuck that was on, right?
I would love, yeah.
And now we're in the internet era and people are like, oh, I'm a big fan of Castle Super Beast, and you have to go through the same conversation literally every single time.
Fuck?
What's that?
Yeah.
Who's that?
Yeah.
Huh? They've been around for 15 years? Weird. Never heard of them.
And you know, when you and I'm sure like if you take something like Fresh Prince and you concentrate that to the time, you know, it takes a larger chunk of the pie of overall people watching TV at this particular time. So there's that whole bit, right? But the other part of the conversation is like, so there's people who are like, yeah, everyone goes through this, and we can go back to you know, hundreds of years ago when they're talking about how, you know, we're all losing our way and things are terrible now.
Oh yeah, the kids got no respect,
right? There's all that stuff, and there's people saying that fucking again centuries ago. But then there's the part where it's like the response to that in the conversation was, I hear that's true. However, like as one of the last people that as one of the last generations that grew up without internet, it is super weird and different now. We are actually super cooked in ways that did not apply to previous generations. You know, and there is no putting the genie back in the bottle on this one.
100%.
So there is a legit like, nah, shit sucks now in an objective way that is super different.
You will never go back to the time where the dumbest guy you've ever met can message you at any time of the day. Like before that, you'll never be able to go back to the time where you are forced to encounter the dumbest person you've ever seen every single day of your life.
I mean, you can get them blowing up your phone 24/7, I guess. But
no, I mean, like, Wooly, have you used social media in the past 24 hours?
Sure.
You have seen the dumbest person you've ever seen in your life. At some point, maybe you just scrolled past them. You didn't get a good eyeball on it. Yeah. But they were there.
Everything is checking off the leaderboards as you scroll. You're hitting the all-time high scores.
Like back in the day, if you watched like a TV show about like, I don't know, fucking how it's made, and was like, here's how carpentry and how tables are made, you'd be like, wow, that's really cool. But there wasn't like a guy sitting next to you going, actually, I'm gonna say a bunch of wrong shit that Grok told me.
You know, and you have that every second. The part of it that applies to us, of course, is the version where, again, you're speaking into a microphone, So
hello, this is my microphone.
yeah, so you're getting the amount of things I realized in life that like people just tell each other based on someone else told you a thing and you just repeat it. I had no idea, like, until this situation, until this job, like how much of that you just kind of never gets fact checked, just gets said, and then it's like, yeah, whatever. That's fact.
So that
that's
means
truth.
you're not a gossip. So good for you. But I heard that you killed a guy one time.
Ah, yes.
And
yes.
I heard that from my own ass where I made it up.
No, it is a I mean, that's one thing that like it would be. I guess you can experience this on just using social media in general, but most people probably are not going to have this thing. Something that like part of what we do that is a unique brain like warping experience is reciting things that you have been told and for your entire life, and then instantly getting fact checked.
The crowd knowledge to be like, that's not real. And
versus
like,
versus thousands of people fact checking it instantly. I wish other people could experience what that's like.
Oh, it's rough, bro.
You have to sit and stare at your soul for a second.
And like
and
sometimes
go, who
I
am
gaslight myself by accident because I'll say something and I'm like, I am 100% certain this is true. But the response is like overwhelming. It's like everyone is like, no, that's wrong. And I'm like, is that wrong? Have I been wrong about that for 20 years? And then you go and check and go, no,
you were actually right.
Actually, I was. Yeah. It is everyone else's popular idea that is wrong. That's crazy. I should just go with my gut every time. I mean, that leads to, oh my God, I can't believe he's doubling down on how wrong he is.
There's that. And then there's the other version, which is I want a piece of corn for my Christmas.
I do want, a single piece of corn seems scarce.
It's very, very strange. It's very, very weird to experience this. And you then have to like also.
The Bernstein Bears.
Yes, yeah. You go, and then I want to say there's a middle phase of like, I'm just gonna doubt everything I ever say. I remember like 20, maybe 15 or so, where I was my brain was just like, okay, so everything I say from now on, I'm just gonna say,
in my opinion,
or I was,
as far as I know,
or I was once told.
I think that
you pacify, you soften your language so hard because you slam into that wall.
Then you just like, oh, this guy doesn't believe in anything. It's like, no, not anymore. And then you flip side it. Then you come out the other side. You're like, I don't even give a shit anymore. Yeah, those rats can't swim. They can't.
Yeah, I'm not there yet because to some degree, it's like it's weird because like you must develop a carapace, right? To take all kinds of shit coming at you. And it needs to work on the dumber the thing coming at you is, the more effective the carapace is, right? So when somebody goes like, hey, dad slop ends at 039.
Oh, dude, that shit's so funny. That's just so funny with the dad slop.
And then the same name quotes goes, thanks. Thanks for the timestamp or whatever.
And it's like, it turns out that was a different guy. There are two dickheads named Steven. That's
sure,
so funny.
But the energy of coming across that is like, oh, that is just amazingly funny and hilarious to see that this is the same thing, like literally fighting game talk and like the birth of your children are on the same level of like, Jesus Christ, man. Shut the fuck up. What does this have to do with Silk Song?
I can't stand fighting games in the birth of my children.
So that is amazing and hilarious, But then when there's ones where it's like, oh, is that a thing or is that not a thing? I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm then back to questioning everything about how I approach something, and then you're also looking at your own identity. Have you heard of the term audience capture?
I have not. Well, I mean, I is it hold on. I have OBS right now open.
Okay.
Let me see if it's in there. Display, game, image, media source, video. No, I don't know about audience capture.
Okay, it's not. No, unfortunately, it's not a button you click on over there. No.
Man, that joke is only funny to people who use OBS.
Amazing. Well, you could probably guess what it is, but
Yeah.
it's the thing where you start sounding like the people that you talk to often because you because whenever someone on a podcast or on the internet or influencer or whatever starts
I
realizing
know.
what their audience
Yeah.
wants to hear, they start leaning more in that direction and discarding who they are individually to become more of what the audience wants them to be as opposed to their genuine selves.
It's like a kind of like audience slanderization.
Yes.
But like
to you.
waka waka.
Exactly.
Say the line, Wooly.
Right.
Say fighting game. Say it.
And then the the memories, I think when we started doing this shit to begin with, going fuck the meta and fuck everything that we're supposed to do, we're gonna not do that because that shit sucks, and then that somehow worked, and it's like, oh wow,
it worked okay.
It worked well enough that it's still working now, because for some people it didn't, and they're gone.
Yeah, bye. Bro, somebody came back to my channel a couple weeks ago and was like, oh my God, Pat's still streaming. Oh, what happened? Did he get cancer? He looks really bad. And I'm like, oh my God, dude.
And then every once in a while, you gotta be like, hey, what's out right now? What's happening? Yeah, fuck that. We're playing Wanted Dead. And I'm like, I'm throwing that shit in. Let's go. And that's for me. That's because I want to know.
Let me ask you a question.
And to be perfectly fair, Manita is like, bro, we're really playing Wanted Dead before Kirby Air Riders, and I'm like, yeah, you know what? That's a good point, man.
That is a good point.
That's fair, but also, yes, we are.
Bro, are we really gonna play this panty fighter game instead of Smash Brothers? Yeah, I guess we are.
Fucking are. Yep.
So you said something interesting, and I would like to go into like a deep inside baseball thing, because you described the carapace.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I built up the carapace, and I can tell you the day and date I built up that carapace. I was just looking it up in the background. That carapace was built on May 10th, 2016. Because on May 9th, 2016, Best Friends Play Dark Souls 3 Part 12 came out. And that's the episode that I loaded in with the fucking the Black Knight set and got the most intense backlash I have ever received in my life about anything.
Yep.
And I was like, I don't know if you spoke to me that day, but I was like all torn up about it. And then I woke up the next day going, this is stupid. Fuck this. I don't give a shit.
It's resolve is tested in the darkest dungeon sense, And I feel like simultaneous resolve and wrecked at the same time sometimes occur. There is distressed resolve, but that's a big one.
Yeah, at some point you have to become the jonkler or whatever the kids say.
At some point, yeah, there are many, of which have been captured to film, and to highlight reel over the years. And they're still coming out to this day. to this day, we're still doing it, and I'm gonna get into some of them this week. But I started off with Wanted Dead there because that was one of the things that I popped in, and it was
So what is that?
So it is an action jank, from the people from former Team Ninja staffers.
I like how you said that as like a genre.
Yeah,
the genre is action jank.
That's correct. It is bargain bin PS3 style game development. Put your brain in that place. Brought to you.
I'm looking at footage, by the way, while we're talking. I'm seeing.
Brought to you by former Team Ninja developers that are alive, and also Naruto to Boruto Shinobi Strikers.
Okay, yeah, I'm seeing. You know what I'm seeing? Like, it feels like that Devil's Third game, but also Oh, there was something
Little
else that reminds me of, but
Itagaki Bones, probably. Yeah, I could see.
yeah,
Yeah, a lot of people have been saying that. I don't. The thing is, I don't know anything about Devil's Third except for what you guys and Liam and stuff
it's
used to
not
talk
good.
about.
It's
So
bad.
I have very little reference point
It
there.
reminds me of that. What's that? Oh my god, I can't remember. It's a game. It's an action game that's got a redheaded lady in it, and it's by a company that we used to call Ass to Mouth.
A2M. Yeah.
A2M.
Wet.
Wet. Yes.
Wet.
It makes me think of.
You're
Yeah.
thinking
It
of
looks
Wet.
like Wet.
Yep. So it's right out of that playbook. And this would have been a mystery box or some other dumb jank through, you know. And again, as something where we've been enjoying our quality games for too long, I'm like, let me pop this fucking thing in to see what's going on. And yeah, that's some action jank going on where the voice acting is fucking god awful. The characters are trying so hard to establish themselves as an aliens-esque, little fucking Bravo team, and you got the alcoholic, you got the sleaze bag, you got the cool mute guy who's doing ASL, and then you got your main character who's got like Goku appetite, and just every line every line read is just, I really can't feel my body right now.
Oh man. Oh, that was a Chaos Wars.
Yes, whatever the fuck, You
didn't throw enough lisp on it.
And then you get like one random cutscene where it just shows some backstory with the main character who's like super dangerous, freed from prison to work on the cop squad because one last job because you're the best and we all whatever.
I mean, that's how big missions work.
And you get a child sitting on a couch in this fucked up like scenario where like the crime scene is essentially the dad killed the mom and the child is just sitting there watching TV, like already dead inside from what's happened. And then you take out the dad and then go sit with the kid. And the kid does the best acting in the entire game so far. Like this one random child actor is absolutely crushing it by comparison to the entire cast. It's crazy. And then you got cover shooter gunplay mixed in with sword and sidearm pistol combos, and there's just no reason to do the cover shooting because everything, the amount of time.
I'm watching a lot of footage here, and I have not seen cover shooting.
Yeah, like it just takes too long to hide between volleys and reload and shoot versus just running up and like doing a 5-hit combo and cutting their heads off. Like it's just. No downside, and like everything snaps in a very jank ass way. When you go down, your partner comes over and injects you with the drugs to pick you back up, but everyone else stands around and waits for you to peacefully get ready.
This makes me think of? This makes me think of like, man, we're fucking massive nerds. But I remember Mark of the Ninja, the Xbox 360 game.
Sorry, again? What?
You remember Mark of the Ninja, the Xbox 360 game?
Yeah.
So I remember there was like an article where they interviewed one of the devs, and they're like, we used to have a really like complicated combat system in this game, but people would just use it to fight all the time instead of sneaking around and doing ninja stuff. So we just took all that shit out because that's what we wanted the game to be. And I think about like the enormous amount of games I've played that had cover shooting mechanics where I'm like, why would I ever fucking shoot from fucking cover ever?
And you get a whole skill tree of non-cover shooter things to do, and go get up in there and melee shit. And it's just a wacky, super goofy, again, PS3 bargain era Japanese action jank. Is it
a PS3 game?
It's not. But it feels like it. It feels like it. Of the time. It feels like it's a dying breed. And it has what I'm calling the reverse Yakuza food scene, where they have a full tray of like fairly decently modeled like gross food, and some of it is meant to look appetizing, some of it's meant to be gross, but it's all like individual. Like they have potatoes that are individually shaped and like and it's all like she can't eat it, and there's like a fish head and jello that sticks to the thing and coffee that's too hard, and it's the most unappetizing but detailed in how unappetizing it is food scene. And I'm like, why would you do the reverse bread scene here? Like, you spent your time to make it gross.
Someone on the project that wasn't in charge of anything that mattered had the ability to make one part of the game really stand out, and they worked really hard on it.
It was impressively like gross. And yeah, no, so that I just jumped in there and said, yeah, all right, here we are, jank through. No Kirby, no time for that
shit. Did you beat it?
No. I played through the first mission, fought a fucking spider tank, and called it a day. We took a look, to which some people are like, full jank LP.
When are you gonna go back?
I'm like, I don't know, man. Like, I just intended that to be a quick look.
I love that no matter what you do, I have like a pre-made response to be like a whiny little shit about it.
Yeah.
Because there's like, man, well, you've been eating too good, playing too many good games. Arkham City, that's a good game. You should play more shit. And then the instant you play some piece of shit like Wanted, like, won't look at binary domain, but this shit shows up on the fucking channel. Oh my god, do you even have any taste?
And now it's like, okay, so you guys want to delay Dark Souls 2, Dead Space 2 for this? This is what we're doing. We're hanging out. We're stalling for time here, right? I did look up and I saw how long to beat said like it could be like 6 hours or some shit. So it might not even be that bad.
Oh, you could have just done that in one day. You just get a pound of monster. You're done, man. Just do it.
It might not be that bad, but either way, there wasn't. I did feel though like one running around shooting and chopping and chainsawing with a censorship thing popping up. There was some like, all right, not much to say here. We're just doing the fucking jackass shooter cover shit.
Yeah.
I don't know if the shenanigans and antics keep up. But whatever. For now, I'm just saying, quick look. We'll see what happens, right?
Mm-hmm.
And not much to say about it. But I tried out Sushi Ben. That was the game that looks like it's from the Mega Man Legends world of 3D modeling and rendering. With
right, that's I remember why I remember this game. This is the one that has that lady that steps on the guys.
She's got the puppet characters that are the 4 simps that she steps on to get all around as her elevating control system. It's kind of impressive. If I had like looking at it, and I remember a bunch of tweets showing how dynamic she can walk upstairs without ever having to. Like she can walk, or she can walk downstairs using them instead of her own feet, and there's a whole dynamic system of how to animate that. You kind of want the game to end with her using them in a combined mecha form, almost like
I can see it.
Mounting up like a fucking Persona monster, and just like and piloting them as a power loader. But either way, super fun, sick vibes, just great. Characters, lots of charm. Gameplay extraordinarily minimal. It might as well be a visual novel. It's all vibes. Not much going on.
So that's fine. That's not a deal breaker.
No, there was no unbeatable style like getting stuck.
When I see popular user defined tags, I see anime, story rich, comedy, cute, colorful, stylized. None of those describe a jump or a run or a shoot a puzzle.
It used to be it's a VR game that now has a non-VR mode, right?
Oh, okay.
So you walk around, you talk to people, and like every once in a while you do a fishing mini game.
Okay, so it's just a cool, weird little place to chill.
That's it. Like the fishing mini game I saw was like you just point the thing keep it in the circle for a little while and then pull it. It's not
no
much.
Ball or gun.
There is no ball. There is no gun.
I'm becoming like madly in love with ball and gun.
Ball and gun's pretty good.
Like I'm crazy.
Ball and gun's pretty good. And yeah,
I'm crazy for ball and gun.
And for some reason, just great voice acting on. But you can choose dub or sub on it, or Japanese or English. And in both cases, just they got quality voice actors doing an amazing job. In the Japanese one, they got like expensive voice actors like Seiyu. They got Joji Nakata right off the bat, and a couple other people that you would recognize just by hearing them speak and going like, oh fuck, how'd you get them? So yeah, Sushi Ben, fun little vibes right off the bat. But yeah, not much going on gameplay wise. if you want to go to a world that looks like it's a Mega Man Legends style world, and hang out there for a minute, check it out. Can we talk about Mr. Freeze?
Yeah, let's talk about Mr. Freeze.
That is.
I would like to go on a micro rant before you start, just a little bit.
Thing.
So we talked about when are boss fights gonna go the fucking way of a dinosaur? When are we sick of boss fights? And that article came out in 2011, which makes it crazy hilarious that Dark Souls and all this other shit, but also so did that Mr. Freeze boss fight, which is the best boss fight in that series.
Wow, that was when that happened. Oh, you extra fucking suck on the timing there. Amazing. Yeah, so that was incredible. It was so
much
good.
Better than every other boss in that game.
It's phenomenal.
Crazy.
It's super cool. And especially now, like after the fact, kind of thinking about how it's like, oh, you like this is everything that you can do stealth and like everything you can do in like Predator missions essentially is a viable option to do here, but it's not a Predator fight. You don't, you know that you, but it's you still, but you have to think in that way to kind of start solving it.
It is a Predator fight, but it's against, instead of like 10 guys, it's one.
Yeah,
really big guy.
Yeah, and then you can't repeat your options. You know, super cool. Really love that. Had a thing where using the detective vision led to me not seeing the things getting frozen over after you do it the first time, so I kept trying to like zap him against the wall.
Yeah.
And then a screen popped up that was like, here's a bunch of things that you can do. That was essentially like a cheat sheet explaining how to fight him, which people had never seen.
I had never seen it. No.
Yeah, apparently, so that's a thing. And it was like, and I was like, oh, is this like a Virgil easy is now selectable type of moment where, but it's like not, but it's not from losing, but from just trying the same thing too many times. And then it's like, yeah, you have options. So
how far into the game is that fight? It's relatively early.
Someone said halfway, but I don't know if that's true.
I can check this.
It's been 2 sessions.
I've started. I mentioned this to you before a little while ago, but I'll tell you, this is such a good. You just look up Arkham City.
Yeah, long play,
full playthrough,
and then find where it is.
Just scroll until you don't recognize it.
Yeah.
And then you go, oh, okay, that's where I'm at. And then you just look at the chart and be like, this is how many days, parts.
I got to it at the end of 2 sessions of playing. I did a bunch of side quests the second session and a kind of like about half main line. So could be 6 hours of play.
It is exactly halfway through.
Okay, yeah. So we're keeping pace then.
Yeah. So like it's so smart, and I kind of wish they had this in Arkham Asylum or some variation of it, or that they had it earlier. Because like when I played through the Predator sections, you can just do like 2 or 3 things and just like ace those sections, no problem. Like just scoop up guys off gargoyles, batarang this guy, and like sneak up behind the rest, and you got him. And there's like a million different little things that you're able to do. And that Mr. Freeze fight is the first time in both games that they're like, no. You will learn how to do all these things. You will actually try all these things at least once.
So as I've been getting better at the combat and like, you know, trying to improve there and sort of, you know, do better here than last time, the Predator sections are still somewhat elusive. I'm doing a little bit better on them, I think. But
they're way harder than the combat section.
So, well, I think I was kind of missing... anyway, I remember when I was thinking about it, like, is this like Ass Creed style? And it's like, no, not necessarily, because you get one dude you can take out by dropping down and doing that, but then I kind of was trying to use the mounts to grab the other dudes, which I remember doing in Asylum, but in this case it feels like, yeah, you can't just keep doing that, right? They make it much harder to do perched takedowns in those situations. So then you have to get down. I feel like you have to take out one dude like that, they all get alerted, and then you have to then get down and start sneaking behind and doing the other types of takedowns.
Yeah.
You know? But all that to say that, yeah, as that popped up, it was like, oh, okay, here's the explanation. And then there was a moment of like, wait, am I better off not reading this or so? And then eventually, after kind of going like, should I not, I don't know what's going on. It was like, okay, I'm just not going to read it, and I closed it off, and it was way better that I did, because realizing what the gimmick was there makes that fight like, yeah, that's phenomenal. I thought that was the best thing I've experienced in this series so far. Super cool.
So you're in this strange position with these Arkham Rocksteady games where like they're right there, they're all out in front of you, and you can just go to them at your leisure. You don't have to sit and wait for multiple years for Arkham City like everybody did.
Mhm.
But then at the end is Suicide Squad and the death of the fucking studio.
Can I just say though?
Oh,
Okay, but can I just, if I could just mini rant a little bit?
Yeah, give me a micro rant.
It's kind of annoying how like about half of the discussion while I'm playing Arkham City is about games that are coming after Arkham City, and just about what I should do next.
I just lost Audacity. Hold on one second.
Okay, crack it back open.
Oh, what a good Windows we got here. What's the date?
It is the 6th.
January 6th. Oh.
What's so funny about that?
Nothing.
All right. Let me know.
Hold on. I'm gonna stop this. Turn you off.
Yeah. Ultimately,
Windows 11's a piece of shit. Wow. I'm back.
Cool. Ultimately, what I'm describing is something that happens with every series and so on to a degree, but it's very razor focused hard in this one, where like I just started this, and so much of it is about Night, Origins, whatever's next, etc. And it's kind of like, let's just be in the moment for a sec, as opposed to focusing on every game that comes after this right now.
Some games are just like way worse than others. But like, oh man, I forget what it was. There was something a while ago I was playing that was like the first in like a multi-part series. And like the very first question every single day was like, are you going to play like 3 sequels from now?
Right.
And I'm like, can I just get through the end of this first stream, please?
Now, and I'm imagining watching somebody start Devil May Cry 1 and then get ready to announce they're going to play 2. And then in your brain, you're like, oh man, can't wait for 3 and 4 and 5, you know? But
what was that?
There is that thing of just like, it's happening so much with this one about like whether or not Origins is good, or I should, or play Night, or, you know, whatever the case is. And I'm like,
oh, it's crazy.
It's super, super concentrated here. We're like, we're looking past it, the current moment immediately. That being said, Metal Gear is another franchise like that for sure.
It was Xenoblade.
I take that. Okay.
I was 3 sessions into Xenoblade, and people were asking me what my plans for the Xenoblade 3 DLC was. And I'm like, oh my God. Now, oh my God. Can I beat this one and see if I like it? Can I do that?
So I have to imagine that this excitement comes from like, oh my God, how good is that best part of this franchise that comes later in the other games?
Yeah.
But when you're not there and you don't know, you kind of need to just chill and let the game play out, you know?
It's so like, what's the word? It feels like, oh, I know exactly what it's like because I've described this problem before. Hey man, I'm thinking of getting into Monster Hunter. Okay, bet. Okay, I'm super good at Monster Hunter. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go with you, and I'll show you what the key quests are, and we'll just rush right through those, and we'll get you right to end game, and then we'll get you right in an end game set, and then you do end game Monster Hunter rating with me. Oh, we're gonna go fight Gogmazios and all that, and then they do that, and you're like, I don't know what the game is. I don't like it. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't even know what is that. What am I? Yeah, 1,000,000%.
You started playing an MMO? Okay, we'll get you to level cap tomorrow. No, I wanted to play my what?
Yeah. Now, I think, right, there are people who are the opposite of what you described, who are like, I don't even want to have that journey. I just want to jump on where everyone else is and be a part of the conversation. So get me there right away.
Absolutely. It's 2 completely different ways to view something. Like, so there's a huge proportion of people that look at any multiplayer game and they're like, oh, well, I want to play the multiplayer game with people and I want that core experience, whatever it happens to be. And they're looking at an RPG or a hunting game or an MMO or whatever. And they're looking at it like Rainbow Six Siege or Call of Duty.
Yeah.
And they're like, why is there all this in-between nonsense getting in the way of the thing that I want to do?
Yeah. And that's not what made me fall in love with video games. Like it's the opposite of that, actually, you know. So um getting through these experiences and taking my time and going through it and immersing, etc.
Yeah, like
Um,
I can say Monster Hunter is the best example. You know what gets people into Monster Hunter? When you leave them alone and they decide in low rank, I'm gonna make a Royal Ludroth armor set within 5 hours of the game, and then my guy's gonna look really cool and he'll look like the Royal Ludroth, and I made it. That was really satisfying.
right. Yeah.
That's the experience. Not, oh, you gotta build up your shit and get your augments so you can fight Gog.
I will say that it is funny though that like as somebody who likes to, experience the content and listen to things like, again, let those thugs play out in the church and their conversation. The amount of excuse me, a lot of people are like used to just ignoring all that all that dialogue, and are thus like, why are you spending any time listening to any of this?
So slow.
Exactly. And the game, now that I'm running around the world, it's like, oh, it's endless. The chatter is endless. So
there's a lot of,
I'm sure after you play
one.
these games for hours and hours, and you have them in your brain for the last 15 years, you filter out so much of that it doesn't mean anything anymore. But I'm looking at it like, oh, is this an interesting piece of lore, or someone going to say something quirky about one of the rogues gallery villains that, you know what I mean? Is there some fun flavor text that's going to come from these two goons talking? And it's like, just fly past it, get to the next objective. Okay.
So
So
there's a YouTube feature that I really like, and it really sums up like a bunch of different conversations that we've had over the years, where you remember the joke of like, hey, I really want you to play this. I'm not going to watch it though.
Yeah.
But I want you to play it. So I don't know if you've used this as the follow-up to that, which is like, I don't get it. The people were like so excited for me to play this, but like views are like, they're average, they're not crazy. It was weird compared to like the amount of like manic adoration. Let me go on to one of my videos and do that little scroll thing where you get to see where people actually watch the video. Oh, they're skipping to big moments. They actually just want a super cut of twist reactions,
most
like a reaction
part.
channel.
Yeah. Best ofs, etc.
That's actually, I'm like, oh yeah, can you play through Xenoblade 3 so that and Xenoblade 2 so that I can see your reaction to the plot twist at the 89-hour mark?
Basically, yeah.
And then I'll watch that, and then I'll be like, oh, that was such a good use of everyone's time.
I mean, literally with Wanted Dead, someone was like, please play through the rest of this. I'm not going to watch it, but play through it though.
You should do it.
So yeah. So, but that just to note so far that like the Mr. Freeze fight is like notably
it's incredible. It's the best.
Strong, phenomenal, good stuff.
It is the highest point of that franchise.
Bummer that's not one step onto further things.
So there's a lot of highs in that franchise. Arkham City is pretty uniformly good across the bar, but like that is like absolutely like the best fight they ever did. No question.
So I have to say that like walking into this going, I hope we're not I'm not looking for another army of joke banes, and while we are struggling against the joke bane AIDS deep in the blood now, I do see stuff that pops up like, hey, here's the Ra's al Ghul fight, in the dream sequence where it went by so quick for a second that I was like, oh, fuck, I didn't get a chance to like properly time the dodges. And then we got like another round of it with all the counters and everything. And I was like, you know what? Yeah, I like this. This was cool. Like the dodging, the blades, getting in the shot, and then countering everything, and then having the group battle in your dream sequence was a refreshing not Bane, So anytime, even if they're going for it in swings that might not pay off, because I can see how like Solomon Grundy was, it wasn't anything much to write home about.
There's something going on with Arkham City that that game is like the absolute pinnacle of the 7th gen video game. Like it is all of its strengths and all of its weaknesses simultaneously. Like including the part where you're like, why am I playing Catwoman when I start the game? Oh, it's an online pass thing. This is
DLC.
Fucking weird.
That's what that was.
Right? But one of the things that they had more of is like, hey, you know what? This is gonna be a 15-hour game. Let's have like 25 completely unique encounters
Cool.
with this rogues gallery.
Cool.
They don't all have to be bangers. They don't all have to be super mechanically deep, but let's just vary it up and vary it up and vary it up.
Yeah, yeah. There's been quite a few of them so far, and and I appreciate the variety of what's going on there. And it's not just like mount on the shoulders, run the bull into the wall, etc. You know,
I'm not a fan of that type of fight in anything.
Where you control the
the
big thing
and smash it into the wall.
Mm-hmm.
Don't care. Done it like a million times.
Yeah, no, kiting the bull into into a wall or whatever versus kiting them into your fists, way more fun. And shout outs to the fucking bat shark repellent on the ice where you just fucking Ip Man beat down a shark that pops up there. In any case, that Riddler shit is I've found
it's what broke my ass, dude.
But it's joy now because I'm playing with Reggie and Reggie's dying every time he sees green. I'm getting powered up by the Riddler.
Bro, so there were two things that broke me. One was Zombie Genocider and Dead Rising, which was like the jab.
Yes, yep.
And the full straight right was like getting all the Riddler trophies in Arkham Asylum and being like, all right. Because in Asylum, it was like reasonable and pretty fun to do. And then getting to City, and it's like, you want fucking, I don't even know how many, 500? And then hearing about Arkham Knight, where I think it's up to like 1,000.
Yeah, so... Okay, so I've heard multiple complaints. One of the most valid being, it ruins the skyline.
It really does.
When you look out on the city,
it ruins a bunch of environments too, because there's just Riddler shit everywhere.
Green fucking question marks, green paint, and then green dudes standing on top of towers now. Even no matter what, you can't get rid of it. And it's like, how could he possibly be doing so much? Behind the scenes, while the main quote unquote villain is the Joker.
So I'm gonna look up. So in Arkham Knight, it's 243. Arkham City Riddler trophies is for how many is it? It's a lot. It's a couple hundred, and then there's a couple hundred more for Catwoman exclusively.
Yeah. So I think
it's like up to like 440 or some shit. It's insane. It's absolutely fucking
the industry
ridiculous.
had to push it to the limits to learn where they are, all right, and then pull back from there. And at the time,
regardless, it's too much.
Yeah, but this was an era when you were still seeing scores for replay value. You know, this was a don't sell this at GameStop. There's so much more in store if you collect all those Riddler trophies.
Hey, Willie, do you want to hear something that you are not going to have to deal with in Arkham City?
Mm-hmm.
You can get the real good ending, no problem, no matter how many Riddler trophies you get.
What was the fucking deal beforehand?
Well, in Arkham Knight, the sequel to the game you're playing, you do have to get all the Riddler trophies to get the
good ending,
the secret ending. So...
Is it the secret ending or the true ending?
I believe it is the secret ending that sets up something that will never happen.
Okay. Well, whatever. That's a bridge to another city. But as far as...
I disagree with Riddler trophies being replay value. Because me scrounging the earth for dirt and puzzles is not the game that I want to play. I want to play Batman fighting things.
It's dog shit. But back then, right, games were discovering that if you put fucking bullshit fetch questathon collectible things and then you put Chivos on them, you're artificially extending the game. It's learning how to make anime filler. You know?
So here's the part that I don't get. Have you taken a look at Arkham City or Arkham Asylum's arcade modes?
No.
There is like a full like game of each of the Predator or the melee combat Like there are dozens of stages with like
Oh,
four or
like the
five
challenges.
characters.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah. I saw there's a challenge section where you can go in and do those things. Yes, that part.
Like
Yeah.
if you put like a veneer on that and called it like Dead as Disco, it would
Sure.
actually be like much larger than that game in its totality.
With all yeah.
Just one thing, like that game does not want for replay value. If I wanted to just go fight a bunch of fucking dudes as Robin,
yeah.
in that game, I could just do it right now.
And I thought there was even a section called downloadable maps, which was like
There's a ton.
There's shit that came out after the fact even. Yeah, exactly. No.
There is a ton of shit in that
so
game.
you didn't even have to do these fucking Riddler collecting things. Yeah. I would hope that as of not the sequels but the latest iteration, has a lesson been learned in Kill the Suicide Squad, or
so the argument is Suicide Squad or Gotham Knights the actual latest game?
Okay, well,
like which one is it? One's made by Rocksteady, but the other has the name.
Oh, okay. Because I was gonna say,
and the answer is no. The answer is no. The answer is no. I have a unique perspective today on that topic, which we can get to in a little bit. But the answer is no.
Yeah, I'm gonna say that the people making the thing are where the lessons continue, not the name. You know.
Well, they turned that game into a shooter, so
okay. Yeah.
In
any case,
do you want to play a shooter?
No.
Yeah, there are 4 playable characters in Arkham City,
and
2 of them are the arcade mode exclusive, and I think that's Nightwing and Robin.
Yeah, no, that's cool, and that all of them were like, anyway, whatever. They could have done an infinitely better job of this bullshit, but like, just there's something about coming across a room with like 4 of them, one of which is pink.
It looks like shit, dude.
And then like and then fucking Nigma starts talking and yapping about whatever, and then a green thug shows up in the dudes you're fighting, and Reggie's just melting off the couch, like sliding onto the ground. I'm kind of like, this is actually kind of amazing right now. How ridiculous they went with it and thought it was a good idea at the time. Very cool. Enjoying that. What else is going on?
I love going back to like a built up AAA like super game of the year and being like, were we crazy, or was it actually like kick ass? Like I went back to BioShock 1 and I'm like, BioShock 1 is like pretty good, but like it's like no. But Arkham City, ooh yeah, actually, yeah, no, it was cooking.
Yeah, there is a feeling to like playing a game that like is old enough that there's a lot of things that are there's a lot that is there's moments where too much is happening on screen, where and again, maybe it's just me, but like the things that you can see getting made fun of, where you see the Ubisoft Elden Ring take on things, where you're like, here's you're Batman, so you're using your tech, and so it's like it's tracing the call, and you're getting the subtitles over here, and there's things popping up, and then there's Riddler shit, and there's times where I'm just looking at the screen, going, oh my god, there's just too much here, it's not to say that like as playing as Batman you should be full of tech and everything, but just as a game sometimes it's like, yo, calm down, focus up, pick a thing, stick to it right now, lock in. You don't have to open world in a million different ways and help me, the political prisoners over here. Oh, now there's a thing on the roof, and it's just it kind of overwhelms a bit too much, and I think that you gotta hope that in the future games they clean that experience up as well, right? Part of why Breath of the Wild was really enjoyable first time playing it, I think.
You could call it a breath of fresh air.
Sure. The the approach Nintendo took to their big open world thing was they made it was open world, but it wasn't just like we shook up the box and emptied it on the floor. You know, they kind
It
of
was a completely different type of game. It's like a holistic, like systems based, like open world. Like it's a totally different,
and
completely different fucking thing.
and you could tell that they looked at a bunch of people doing playtest data, looked at their curve across the map, and then designed things according to that. You know,
Yeah, like Breath of the Wild is like an attempt to recreate Zelda 1 20 years in.
but let you
And
go in
then
any direction.
and then Tears of the Kingdom is like, what if you could build a robot? Like it's a much more like cynical like view of that. Like it's a sequel, but still.
And I, you know, I'd like to say that we've learned quite a bit since then, but like going back to 2011, you're kind of feeling the brunt of it. But yes, that's a lot of fun so far. Continuing in Expedition 33, not much else to say just yet, but kind of fighting the Paintress right now. So we'll just leave it there. Popped in.
That boss fight is the only hard fight in Act 2, and man, it is crazy. That is the only one I had trouble with in the second act.
Unless you start taking on things that you're not supposed to be taking on. Like if you walk up to Sprong in Act 2.
No, I thought Sprong was way easier than
in Act 2.
Yeah.
Wow.
Because I
waited.
So what happened is that somebody, I said, I bet I could beat that guy, and someone in chat said, I bet you can't, and I went, okay. And then
stubbornness.
And then I went down there and I fought Sprong, and I'm like, wow, Sprong has like 3 attacks. I bet I can perfect parry this for 40 minutes.
Yeah, it just takes a million years.
Yeah, I can.
Yeah. Is your brain gonna give out eventually? Yeah.
Whereas the Paintress, like her swoopy, swappy shit, I actually never got the perfect timing down.
It's interesting to watching fights with Claire and Obscure Obscure because
you get it?
Yeah. Because like like learning to fight those, I definitely was able to just like, okay, let me dodge or let me parry like 1 or 2 sequences of attacks here, and then you're dead. But when you're fighting them for an extended period of time, there's so many fake outs and bullshit things that you deal with when you're not one-shotting them, which in Reggie's build's case, he was definitely able to parry and do all the defensive stuff because he's got those reactions, but his build was not optimized, so he wasn't killing things fast enough.
Silly
so the
Reggie,
fights were going longer.
Having to play the game.
Right? And you're getting these moments of like, oh, you're getting super baited out by how close these moves are to each other between these two characters, these two enemies, but the wind up is the most obnoxious Souls like.
It gets a little silly sometimes.
Yeah, those enemies in particular are like 10-second wind-ups on their swings.
There's a guy in the Thank You DLC that takes the wind-up shit to the absolute like limit. The like one attack is like, I want to say it's like 30-40 seconds long.
Yeah.
Just like constantly like whoop.
Yeah, like the meme, like the meme.
And like the attack can come out at any one of those fake outs. It's awesome. It's awesome.
Yeah.
And as you say, it's the meme. That character also is like literally spouting off memes from Xenoblade and FF14 and a bunch of other stuff as it's happening. Like it's a absolute meme lord.
Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Commit to it. So yeah, at this point, so whenever DLC comes out right after a game in its life cycle, it's just so funny because you will forever be able to see the moment that like the feedback caught up to the developers and now it's committed into the game. You know, not in the sequel, but live here in the original thing.
There's like so the former super boss of Expedition 33 got mathed out to oblivion, I would say, with one-shot builds, at which point they introduced 4 super bosses in that patch that are built to kill those people's builds. Like just like absolutely absurd. But the Pictos included in the new area allow you to math those guys out too
in a new way. Okay. Yeah.
It's really fascinating.
it's fun to do. It's fun to do if if it's like, okay, the tools are there. Now you got to learn new ones, but it's still possible. That's fun.
Also, if you beat any of the super bosses, they all come with custom full team spectacle finishes.
Nice. Yeah, like the duelist.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
But like they all come with like enormous versions of those characters at their end game states.
Sick.
Like taking the characters out, they are very Devil May Cry.
Other thing I wanted to mention, checked out the Dio and Yugi mods for DBFZ.
I saw that. I dropped in while you were doing it. That shit's nuts.
My God, man. I was always, singing praises for like some of the crazier shit we saw for Marvel. And in this case, Kong Meng is the modder that made Dio and Yugi for Dragon Ball Fighters. And these mods,
I'm really glad they did Dio and then not a JoJo's Bizarre Adventure character.
Yeah.
Like that's so much more interesting.
And you get the feeling that like this is a modder that like is almost like testing themselves with programming, and so it turns out that is the case, because also previous people that have done crazy mods like Wistful Hopes and Tabs MVC3 they then go on to, after doing incredible work with modding shit, they then go on to work on their own projects, make their own engines, do their own other games, So a lot of the time you're seeing them kind of just like cut their teeth on these mods to then get creative afterwards. So this feels like that, because the first challenge was, can I recreate Dio from Heritage for the Future, but with a Dio model that's more akin to All-Star Battle?
That's tough right away. That's a big ask.
Inside of an existing Dragon Ball Fighters game with its own systems going on, and ignore those systems entirely. And yeah, the answer is totally. Because instead of having a fireball button, Dio has a call stand button.
Perfect.
And you can call the stand and his moves change, or you can put them away. You can send the stand out to do attacks, and then you can desync from it to then sandwich your opponent for a bar. It's got all these faithful things that he does from Heritage for the Future as well. So like you can do the full time stop. It uses all 7 bars of your super, and it slowly counts them down as if they were seconds. And while time is stopped, you can throw out the knives, and then if you're fighting against a Dio mirror match, that Dio can exit with their own time stop. It pops your sparking to do so, and then when player 1 Dio's timer it hits 0, they can't move anymore, but player 2 Dio continues.
That's a lot
a la
of work.
Jotaro. Ridiculous amount of work. Ridiculous. To put that into a completely unnecessary thing, and just like you put the extra costumes in so that you can get Shadow Dio or him from the final fight, etc.
Right.
Amazing stuff. And then you're like, okay, cool, I've overcome that challenge. What's next? What if I did something completely original and batshit crazy? Here comes Yu-Gi-Oh! Yugi is
so it is, but it's also an extension of the stand mechanics they built for Dio.
In the sense that there's an original mechanic introduced, I guess.
Although they have multiple people on the screen.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, true, right. So yeah, now you've got Yugi running around in the background like Pokemon Trainer.
Great idea.
And then your Dark Magician and every other thing that he calls out on his cards is coming into the fight. And that's very Captain Ginyu, in sort of application, because something pops up and then runs and flies at you for 2 seconds and disappears. But what they're doing gameplay wise is they're taking the Aska Arkreutz kind of card system, where in Guilty Gear Strive he's like going through the deck and like everything while you're fighting, and applying it here, but making it more Yu-Gi-Oh faithful. And I kind of realize I love now that there's 2 of them, I love fighting
no
game.
longer an exception.
Yes.
It is now an archetype.
Fighting game characters that are playing cards while they fight you are the coolest thing in the world. I love these characters. They're so much fun. Because
there is a third character that could be added. There's a 2xKO character, sorry, a league character called Twist of Fate, that plays cards as his mechanic that you could have as well.
So the idea of like, I'm too busy focused on this to fight you. Leave me alone. I'm gonna just spam and try to deal with my real objective here. Is a fucking 200 IQ brilliant thing. It's so much fun. It represents that man perfectly because he can't be bothered with the fight. He's trying to get his cards right, you know. And I remember looking at this kind of distracted way of playing. That's what Phoenix Wright is as well when they make Phoenix Wright a fighting game character. But he's just a little, he's not there enough, right? It's a little too hard to get things going with him into his turnabout mode. And like going to dig through the ground for the evidence and stuff, it's like it's almost there, and then landing the objection is a really cool activator. But the card system, I find, just like it's way more, it gets right to the heart of it, the heart of the card, so to speak. You randomly have 30 cards to pick from, and unlike, you know, with Asuka, where you kind of have to reshuffle at the end of Yu-Gi-Oh, you spend all your cards, you're dead. So you can never get to 0 cards. And while you're going, you get the color of the card that's either like a creature card, or, you know, whatever the different types are, you know, and you can set them to 5. There's 5 inputs that are less like your first, second, third, fourth, and fifth slots. As you're digging through and sending your attacks out, every once in a while you get an Exodia card. So can you get all 5? If you do, Exodia comes out and fucking kills whoever you're fighting.
Right.
So good luck. But in the meantime, running and searching for Exodia is a difficult strategy, especially because when you have 4 pieces and there's 1 left, you can only use 1 special at a time to hunt for that card while running from people in a game that has a super dash that flies towards you, you know? So each card piece, each Exodia piece gets harder and harder to get to, not to mention you don't want to accidentally use it, you know? So it's super fun to turn that into, you know, a fighting game mechanic that echoes the tension of trying to do it in the real card game. So just, yeah, successfully done with that. Also, a card that it pulls out like a berserker, I think, a warrior, an undead warrior or something, where it then randomly draws a card, and if it's a monster card, it attacks again. And so you just get a random chance of going up to like 7 or 8 times in a row each time it draws a card, you know? And you just have this like, Duro! It's a yellow card, attack again! Duro! It's a yellow card, attack again, you know? So that putting all of that into this mod is ridiculous.
Isn't exciting enough. I need to not know what I'm doing on purpose and have to react to myself.
Hey man, you know, in a world where you know, so Weapon Master is a thing, and you know, when you can play as characters that are just always random select every time, Mokujin, you know what I mean? Just, yeah, design a fucking character that is like distracted with their subsystem, and then if you let me pull it off, I fucking win, you know? Very, very insanely cool mod, and I look forward to whatever the fuck Kongmeng does next, because there's more content coming to Dragon Ball Fighters, and I wouldn't be surprised if from here they go, hey, I'm gonna make my own fighter or my own thing. You can see that if somebody wanted to do a full overhaul of this game to make it a Yu-Gi-Oh fighting game, a fucking JoJo fight, an anything fighting game, a Jump Superstars, anything's possible. It just takes time and effort. And the last thing is, are you down for a Silk Song Act 3 spoiler cast? Because I beat Silk Song.
I sure am, Wooly. I sure am.
Okay.
Put the title up there.
All right. So it took a second, but I was able to beat Silk.
Well, that game's fairly long.
It is.
They much like Hollow Knight over-delivered. Silk Song actually over-delivered to the expectations of Hollow Knight fans, expecting them to over deliver.
Correct.
Which is pretty crazy.
The Silksong spoiler cast is starting now. Ask me when I beat it.
When did you beat it? Was it this morning?
It was this morning.
It was this morning because you got to Lace and you got it to her last night, and you either stayed up or you woke up this morning going, God damn it, I have like X amount of hours to beat this before the podcast. I'm going to do it. So which one of those was it?
The latter.
Yeah, I knew it.
I got there and
I would have done the same
I
thing.
got there and I was like, motherfucker, I'm right here.
This is the finish line. You are standing on the finish line.
On it, you know, and got there. So, yes, Act 3 of this game. So we pretty much talked about Acts 1 and 2 in our previous
pretty
discussions.
solidly at length. They're excellent.
Yes, and so when it comes to this one, all right, I have many a thought because this game over-delivers, delivers, and under-delivers in different ways simultaneously.
You're completely right.
It blows my mind how this game can be everything at the same time. So
Act 3, I have a short statement that I think will go right into the start of your feelings. Act 3's existence is crazy. And there was way more unique stuff in it than I would have expected. It is way, way easier on you than I wanted it to be. It sets up an expectation early where they're going to block off areas and force you to reroute your way through the game. And then they give you fast travel immediately.
And I want to believe it's because they originally didn't give it to you that fast and then went, this is annoying.
I 100% agree that's what it was.
I bet you, right?
It feels like getting the fast travel back again right away feels like a patch to like user feedback when the game came out, but before it came out.
Because
like it feels like people were like, I can't believe you want me to redo the whole game with all these new paths just to get to Lace.
That's it. Whatever. That's it exactly, right? And so because the truth is that like the highs are so fucking high,
and
the lows are low, but this game when it gets annoying, I talked about this a bit with Great Growl and like the run up to that in Act 2 and stuff. It does stuff where there are moments where I feel that the design gets obnoxious.
Yeah.
And I can, you know, I'll elaborate on some of those, but to start with some of those highs, you know, right off the bat, okay, go get the hearts, right? This is the new goal. And I'm like, okay, I hope that what we have here are fights that are right up until this point. The Lost Sinner was my favorite thing, and I'm like, if we can get like a bunch of fucking sick shit like that, this is gonna be the best, right? And where did I go? Okay, so one of the things that happens in the fight right off the bat was the Pinstress mission pops up.
Yeah.
And then that's like, the Pinstress wants to fight you. And after a big build up throughout the game, let's go have this moment on the mountaintop, Mount Faye. You get up there.
Get all the way back up there, fucker.
She's fucking dead. Oh no. And then some people walked away and went, what the fuck? She's actually dead. You hit her, she gets back up. Hey, let's fight. Right. Little fake out moment. That was wild though, because I went, oh.
Yeah.
When I got there. You fight her. It's super underwhelming.
Yeah.
That fight did not at all live up to the fucking hype of in the hut dueling with her. And I was like, man, like, because the duel you have with her, she's basically just throwing darts from a distance and then dropping down and doing one thing. And I was like, oh, that's a bummer, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I was looking forward to that being a really cool duel fight. Fortunately, there are others that deliver on that, but that one
like
did
Carmelita.
not. Carmelita fucking rips, dude. What a great fight. What a great fight.
I discovered and started to use a mechanic I had not realized was going on for the whole game in that fight, which was slashing projectiles causes them to pass through you because Hornet deflects them. Because,
Yes.
man, that bitch throws a lot of fucking projectiles at you.
But not every projectile can be deflected like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Some energy is just going to be energy, and you just have to dodge it.
Yeah,
Bullets are bullets.
like physical items.
But things that are coming at you, which and you have to learn that in the fight right after this. But yeah, Carmelita, beautiful sequence, getting inside the dream and taking her on in the Scar arena. You know, fighting a bunch of the red ants and stuff as well. A little gauntlet leading up to her. Very, very doable. Not that big a deal. Ultimately, fine for just building up your resources and going. But the actual fight with her is great.
It's excellent. It's incredible.
You know, and you're getting all of that juice flowing where you're like, okay, like Lost Sinner, right? Flow state. Every movement, locking in, dashing every second she's moving, you're moving. She spins back, resets to the edge of the screen, sets up the projectile. She jumps in the air, and you're going to get one of three different things happening out of that. And, you know, I love those moments of just like, you make the read, and then here comes the second mix, you know? And there's some times where you're like, do I chance it? Because 2 out of 3 times I have a counter ready, but 1 out of 3 times I'm taking a hit here.
Right.
Nah, fuck it. I'll just wait for a safer swing, you know? Carmelita was super satisfying. I fucking love that. It's up there. I don't know if it's my favorite, but it might be. Like, I'd have to, like, there's been some distance, but like Lost Sinner, Carmelita, super high up there. Amazing fights. Then I went over to Coral Tower, where the big fucking sword crustacean dudes are chilling, and I was like, I want this to fucking deliver. And you get a gauntlet, and I'm like, okay, it's a fighting gauntlet. I'm down for that. But it goes and goes and goes, and I'm like, this is starting to get long in the tooth. I get it. It's a big gauntlet, and I'm getting annoyed with it. And then you beat the third one, and then there's a shortcut back so that you don't have to do the 3 anymore. And you go, okay, fine. You know, I was getting frustrated with the gauntlet. And, you know, during that point, you're kind of learning how to, like, deflect back the projectiles and manage everything perfectly. And, you know, eventually you learn how to deal with all these enemies, but then it just becomes, like, the combination of the flyers and the ground pressure, because the flyers in this game always have the same thing, which is they move away when you approach them. And that one AI behavior of like input reading as you jump towards them makes every single flying opponent super annoying.
Yeah,
it's the most annoying in any game ever.
That's why your thread toss,
which sometimes works, but not when the world is full of spikes on each side. You know, yeah. So that was one where like, okay, you're getting on the cusp of that, right? Fought Nyleth, the plant wall boss.
Yeah, she's all right.
It like that was
the real fight is the dude before her.
So that's the bit, right? I'm like, this fight's nothing. Right before her, Seth is just a really cool duel. Not that hard either. He's not super hard,
but a cool guy.
But he's a cool duel that you got to get in. He's got a shield, and he's counter. He's blocking your setups. He's doing counters. Phase 2 dive bombs, and he's got some good fake outs. So I liked the Seth fight. It to the point where like, yeah, the actual kind of like with the Coral Tower, the final boss of the run isn't much because the run itself was meant to be, you know, the real challenge. There was that.
Are you familiar with the background to Seth?
Nope.
So Seth is a fan character. Created by Seth Goldman, who passed away before the game came out.
Oh, I see. Okay, I was gonna say, was that like a Kickstarter thing or okay?
I believe it is.
Damn. Okay, well that's awesome. Good stuff. I hit a point around this time where. Especially looking at like how long this act was going and how I thought it was shorter, but then it started just throwing missions in, where it's like, okay, I'm just jumping online now. There's stuff here. There's a specific moment.
There's a boss fight I didn't do in that act.
Oh
There's
yeah.
two. There's two boss fights I didn't do with that act.
Okay. Because there's the exact moment I remember being like, I'm rolling my eyes. Fuck this is ridiculous. Was I was getting the fleas because you need to get all the fleas to get your big upgrade for your pale oil. And one of the fleas is off in this location where you're just like, what is even? You're in the wrong area. You're in the wrong room. Nothing makes sense. Wisp fucking thicket.
Yeah.
So, do you remember where Wisp thicket was?
Sure does. It's at the top of the city. Yeah.
That's where I'm like, this is obnoxious.
That one's really hidden.
This is obnoxious. It's silly, and we're revisiting this conversation, I guess. So like, I don't want to do the same conversation we've had every time. But you go, all right. Either you go, this is a game where community is a part of this, or you can make a game where you make secrets that'll be there for decades, right? If you're meant to find it on your own, it'll be there for years. Or this is going to be a game that's discussed online, so we're going to uncover everything. Personally, I don't have a problem with a game that decides to have to have secrets in it and things that last for years and you come back to it later. I think the fact that Punch-Out has a special punch that people a special tell that people discovered fucking 20 to 30 years later is crazy, and that's a really cool piece of video game trivia. I think that secrets and things like that should be Easter eggs and should ideally not be like really regrettable FOMO content, you know?
Okay, so I have two takes on this. One of the only times I can think of that streaming this game in its entirety actually helped dramatically, because as I'm about to leave a zone, people are like, you might want to go back and get the flea there.
Fuck.
I'd be like, oh, okay.
Fuck.
So my actual flea searching scenario was quite low by the end of the game. The second of which, and I think this is actually very important for me, Wooly, you don't have to get the 100% mark on your Silksong save file.
You never do.
Right?
Yeah. And I didn't.
Like, you don't actually have to do that. I did because I wanted to.
You did. Okay. I did not.
And I was actually really disappointed that like the bosses in Act 3 do not count for 100%.
It's all completion of...
It's all items on Hornet.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So I remembered so with Wisp Thicket, I started to remember how I was feeling towards the end of Hollow Knight. And I started to remember feeling like the feeling of the overstayed welcome that kind of starts to bother me, where I'm like, I'm enjoying this, but like I really like, okay, I'm about good to go here. And you don't have to do things. It's optional. Absolutely. There's a feeling of stuff that's like, you don't want to miss rad, cool shit that's the best fights in the game and the best moments in the game, and the best things in the game. You do want, you are okay with missing stuff that's flavor, that's, you know, extra. Sometimes things like, so Seth, for example, I learned after the fact that after you beat him, he doesn't die, right?
No.
He falls in the water, and then apparently he's wandering Act 3. I never met him again because I just went to the end after that, right? But that's things where I'm like, oh, that's super cool. You can wander around and find that kind of encounter, you know, or things like that, or like the ability to get unique dialogue. You need, you know, things where you use the dream nail to kind of find extra pieces of lore off of people, off of corpses, and things like that. These are all acceptable things where you can be like, yeah, I'm not gonna go get all the lines of dialogue from everybody by playing music in every room, but I'm really happy to know that's there, and I could go do that, right? But just straight up, like, a whole zone is fucking off screen here in this bullshit you would never look for at corner.
Yeah, but you don't have to see it.
Right. So this is where I'm grading this is okay to miss, and I don't feel bad about beating the game missing it, and this feels bad about beating the game missing it.
So it's really tough because
approach the credits.
This line is different for everyone.
Right.
So I spoke to somebody at length about this, who will remain nameless because I don't want to blow up their shit. And they got to Act 3 and they were miserable because they were struggling through Act 2. And they got to Act 3 and they were running into this problem where they could I can't stand this when I start talking about somebody and I go, so and so will rename nameless, and people start to try and guess the person I'm talking about, and they're always wrong. They're literally always wrong, like 100% of the time. It's infuriating. But they were struggling, and they asked me for advice about, like, okay, so how do I beat this? I'm like, oh, well, luckily you only have to kill 3 of 4 possible bosses. But yeah, they're pretty fucking tough. They're crazy strong, and they were kind of miserable about it because they were like, I just want to beat the game and be done. And I'm like, well, you could have just beaten Act 2 and gotten the normal ending and
called it
away.
there. Yes.
Like that like Act 3 exists specifically for sicko freaks who go, but I want more though.
Yeah, and the thing is with Hollow Knight, I just remember like leaving, coming back, and like spiritually motivation was draining out of me, unfortunately, despite really enjoying the game. It was a cracked boat with a hole in it that was filling up with water. So in this case, looking at it, I'm being aware of like, okay, I know where my limits are, but there's things that I do care about where I'm like, fuck, some of these fights I want to make cleaner. So I'm like, let me go get my pale oil. And I identified the Courier's Rasher quest as something that was more annoying than challenging to me. So I said, fuck that thing, I'm not doing it. And then in Act 3, guess what? It's time to go do it. If you want to get your pale oil.
You should have really done it.
Well, fortunately, in Act 3, there is a route that you can do with your traversal tools that makes it a lot less annoying. Another thing people can do is go in and kill all the things first and then run it back up.
And not sit down.
You know? But either way, that was one of those zones where I was like, this mission, I am the entire like do the stretch, run back to the place, drop off the thing, feels annoying and frustrating and not fun to me. So I'm like, I'm not going to do these if I don't have to, until I need to get that damage upgrade that matters, you know?
So I'm in a very strange place for Silksong because so Silksong is much better to me than Hollow Knight, not because of any mechanical thing. For Hollow Knight, when they added like the God Song DLC or whatever the fuck it's called.
Yeah, God Home.
And it was like, hey, you want to just do a bunch of boss gauntlets? I was like, no. I fucking don't. Whereas when Silksong, I got to Act 3, and that you want to do this, Pat? Yes, I do. I do want to do that.
Yeah.
Do you want to go fight these guys? Yes. Do I want to go scrounge up and find the remaining fleas? I absolutely want to do that. And my trip through Silksong is 100% on camera, and I am in a flow state from second 1 to the credits. Like, it absolutely perfectly matched everything I had to give it and everything it had to give back. It was ideal.
Okay.
And as a result, I'm like, I came to the conclusion of that game is probably too hard and too obtuse, because if a guy like me who is obsessed with video games and streams video games 5 days, 6 days a week as a career, is it the only type of person that's in a perfect flow state for the whole thing, then that means like 99% of people are not in a perfect flow state for most of the game. In fact, they're probably highly frustrated or miss tons of stuff. Or
so I'm gonna say, like, right off the bat, if I were to be walking out of an area and someone be like, yo, actually go hit that wall, right? Or maybe don't leave yet. If I had a couple of those, it would have really taken the edge.
A couple hours off that edge, yeah.
It would have taken the edge off of what I'm feeling right now, because a lot of this frustration is like, oh, come the fuck on with that wall.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, it's supposed to be a little hidden secret for you to play with.
So here's another one, right? And this is I'm hoarding my memory lockets because I want my fucking
also hoarded my memory.
I'm hoarding my memory lockets because I'm waiting to use them on the good one, because the ones I've gotten so far are not what I like. And Architect is good. Here, I'm going to unload on that, but I still got some more to go. And then you don't find that last one until eventually it was literally...
It's really, really late. It's crazy.
Ridiculous, right? And so I get the last one. I got Shaman. It's like up the fucking... You go get it off the fucking side. And then now I spend the memory lockets. And until this point, I had all the lockets.
Yeah.
But I couldn't spend them. So I spend the last ones on the shaman, which are
There's 5 upgrades from Eva in a row.
and then I finish off Eva, the last upgrade from Eva, which is the most amazing one. Fill your silk at the bench, you know? And I was sitting on that upgrade, but it's like, do you want to waste it on crests you're not going to use?
Yeah, the Eva stuff being tied behind using the lockets as you find them really felt like a misfire on what they think people will actually do.
You could have just easily made it like on picking up the locket as opposed to using it, right?
Yeah.
Because if you want to hide a secret like crest way the fuck over there or whatever, but now this other really important upgrade is locked behind that potential thing, and like, yeah, the vibes of these crests change the game massively to such a degree where, like, if let's say Beast Crest was the default, I would hate the game. Right? It's like, it's such a different feeling with each of these that you're now putting other mechanics. So the FOMO is dominoing into other bigger dominoes of FOMO that are like, nah, this is not designed well. This is an obnoxious bad way to do this. You could have done this in a way where...
Yeah, no, I think the way that the Eva upgrades is like the only thing in the game that I would point at. Is like, I think that is like an objective miss.
It's a miss. It's a miss.
Because I had all of them. I had like 15. And I was like, I'm going to use them all on the next one that I get that I'm like, really like, yeah, this is the one. And I just didn't find it until Shaman. And then someone mentioned, hey, Pat, you should probably just use those because it unlocks a bunch of upgrades.
Exactly.
I'd only use the ones on Hunter. That's it.
Sucks, dude. It sucks to just have that, like, no, she's waiting for you to commit these points out.
I would have beaten the game and 100%ed it before getting those Eva upgrades had someone not mentioned it to me.
And the ultimate in FOMO is, I don't know what the last crest is going to do. What if it's amazing and requires every one of these locks that I have sitting here?
I think every crest other than Witch should have been on the map to find in the first act of the game. Yeah, or at least just me.
Doesn't have to be critical path. It doesn't have to be critical path to me, but the idea of putting it behind a hidden wall in an obtuse location is fucking super frustrating. So anyway, so there was that, right? I'm starting to get this like push and pull of like, oh god, I'm loving these parts but I'm hating these parts. I got the cross summons, so then I went and fought the Crawfather, and then
cool.
That was cool, and the reward for that is, hey, currency is not an issue anymore. Great.
Yeah, currency wasn't an issue by the time you get to that anyway.
Well, the stones collecting, stone collecting was getting annoying, you know? So for me, at least at this point, I was like, no, this solves my stone problem. Then what was the other one? Oh yeah, and so then I get as I'm rolling back to like kind of say goodbye to the NPCs and see what's going on with their dialogue. A couple more missions pop up at the fucking at the town. You know,
go home.
So Trobio part 2,
awesome,
phenomenal, great fight, locks it
great
in,
guy,
great, just overall loved that fight, brilliant, and just like walking out of that going, yup, this is what I love about this game again.
Like, I love Trobio.
You're pulling me. I'm loving this part, you know. The automaton.
Right.
Had a fight with that. Loved the automaton fight. Sends in, you know, closing off these stories. 2 really great moments, you know, where I'm starting to wane, but I'm like, no, that was worth it for the closure there, you know. And then after those, I'm like, all right, I'm ready to just go to the bottom of the abyss now. I don't care what's left. I've done it, you know. So then let's go hit it. And so I stopped at 90% collection, and went down to the abyss. Took on Lost Lace.
Well, before that, I have to say, one of the things that I went back and checked, where I was like, wow, this piece of music during the descent to the abyss is incredible. It's called Last Dive.
Yeah, really good.
I think the best song in the game.
It's phenomenal.
And I was also like, it's also kind of like familiar. And I went back, and Last Dive is the music to the first Silk Song trailer.
Oh, cool. Okay.
They used the last like bombastic piece of music in the game as the trailer.
Phenomenal. I did Green Prince already. I talked about that last time I talked about Silk Song. Cool. So I got 4 hearts, and I was like, oh, there's 4. Interesting.
Yeah. Just in case you wanted to skip one of the suggested bosses.
Loved that. Just to recap, thought that was an excellent sequence, lore wise. Then all this plot now jumping into the end of of the game, and you're going through the memories. Yeah, it's pretty cool stuff. It's interesting to see some of these connections, and like, okay, these are the three queens that Hornet learns from, and Lost Lace is just a strong finish.
Oh yeah,
great flow state boss fight.
Just clean fucking fight.
Clean duel with a little bit of bullshit, clean duel with a whole lot of bullshit, and you have to eventually turn your brain off to the bullshit and just focus on where she's gonna be. So the idea, it feels
so good.
It's so good, and here's why. Because as they got more complicated in each phase, it felt like you're having a 1v1 clean duel, but the world is exploding around you and the cliff sides are collapsing, and you have to not get caught up in it because you're fighting this person. And her muck and her abyss and her void are all environmental bullshit, but behind it, it's still a clean duel. I loved that aspect of it so much.
I think Lost Lace is kind of perfect because Lace's moveset is more or less the same as it's been the whole game. She has a really dedicated moveset, and her additions, like the tentacle throw or the stuff coming out of the ground or stuff like that, these are the same exact moves that have been added to all the Abyss enemies in Act 3. None of them are brand new.
The bullets,
it's actually
the flail,
two things that you've seen the buzz saws mashed together.
Yes, it's with the void corruption, absolutely. So you've had your training on that to a degree as well. It reminds me, there's a moment in the original Trigun where Vash is having a standoff with Brilliant Dynamite's Neon, and he flips the coin up, and they're gonna draw when the coin hits the ground, and a bunch of cliffside rocks fall onto the deck and explode everywhere, but the coin doesn't hit, so they don't move yet. And it's a bit like that, where it's like, okay, the ground is exploding into all this Avoid Abyss attack that you've seen before, and none of that matters because behind it, she's stingering at you. That's what you got to look out for.
Yeah.
And beating it by clashing against it to disable the hurtbox or the hitbox there, as well. And then she goes into her parry stance. You hit the parry, you trigger it, but then you jump in such a way where you avoid both outcomes.
Yeah, kind of unfocused my eyes a little bit there near the end. Okay, I'm gonna stop talking. I'm just gonna unfocus, and I'm just gonna react. Gonna try and not overthink it.
Just looking at her, just focused on her.
Just dodge everything and then throw hits in. And I did it with Shaman, which gives you three the silk spells, which really fucking helps.
But you have to ground heal, right? No air healing. Yeah. I know that it was DPS low, but I stuck with Reaper the whole time because I just really enjoyed it.
Those big fat hits.
The juggles and the fat hits felt great, and I know that, and I've seen people say you're holding yourself back and you're spending longer in fights than you need to by using Reaper.
Yeah, but I'm alive.
But I'm thoroughly enjoying it, and bouncing up super high, double jumping and healing way up in the air, a lot of fun, So yeah, I did it with Reaper, Threadstorm, and I was using my cogflies and ground spikes for a while there until I ran out, and then I was like, "Fuck this!" and I put the down drill on, you know. And then so that was the move. I basically was like, "Okay, let me bring the drill out," and reserved bind, multi bind, all that stuff, dice, etc. And just it's a great finish into a super jump out of the abyss. Loved it.
I'm so glad that I I was using Architect here and there, and I had the poison cog fly thumbtack shit going on.
Yeah.
And I was like, I do not want to fucking fight the last boss with this bullshit because I know exactly what's gonna happen. I'm gonna get good at the first phase, and then I'm gonna turn all this shit on for the second phase, and the boss is just gonna die, and I'm gonna rob myself of this cool ass fight, which is why I switched to Shaman for it.
So I found that I started, whenever I did that, whenever it get to the next phase or the last phase, and I would start putting all the cogflies out and filling the screen up with bullshit, all the
Yeah.
damage would start going, but I would not be paying attention to the phase enough. My
Yeah.
attention would get too divided, and it actually started making me play worse.
Ah, okay.
So keeping it pure and with the tools allowed me to focus more on, because then I would start going for hits, because now I'm like, it's DPS time. It doesn't matter. I'm
Yeah.
taking damage. Get in there. Go, 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 go. But when you're not doing that, you're like, no, 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 not yet, not yet. No, there's your hit. All right, back off. Wait, how many of the? No, you can't go yet. Okay, now, right? And you learn to eliminate all the opportunities that are like potential fuck ups and only go for the sure shots. You know. Little nice nod there at the end too as well, where as you make your jump out, you almost make it, and then it's not enough. The void is catching up, and then shit,
Your little buddy's here to give you an assist.
little ghost doing a little,
hey, thanks, bud.
little
Appreciate it.
and then out you go. Yeah, that was nice. And for a character that like talks back to everyone talking to them, I just have to say that like I immensely enjoy this type of experience than having a silent insert your own dialogue type character. I much prefer a Hornet who's like, that's not me, but I love finding out more about Hornet, who has her own responses to things. And Pushanka,
Yeah, Hornet's weird.
Yeah,
Hornet's a strange little freak.
She's down to fight and waste time as long as she can claim that it's to best her skills. We can play your stupid little mini game festival, but only because it'll sharpen my skills as the world is ending.
Yeah.
It just makes me want to continue to take any setting with any main character who looks like they're relatable, Robbie Robertson, man, as we just said, and then make the other person controllable. Make the person who's not looking like a regular guy. Make the one with the weird silhouette the one that you're following.
Yeah.
Great game. Just
so let me ask you, Wooly. Now
yeah.
that you've played this great game and you felt like, oh man, there's too much, but also not enough. Are you excited for the Sea of Sorrow DLC, which includes parts of the game that got cut and you can see in the game's original reveal trailer?
That fucking water trailer DLC shit can kick rocks. I'll get there when I get there.
Oh,
God
yeah? Are
damn.
you? When's it gonna get there? Oh, no.
When did I get to the Hollow Knight, got home, and shit? When
I really hope it's a new area and not a goddamn fucking boss rush. Granted, I like playing as Hornet more than I like playing as the Knight.
Yeah.
Like, in terms of an action game thing, but like, man.
No, when we're playing Lace Song is when I'll let you know how that goes.
It really does feel like it's building up to that, doesn't it?
We're tagging the rivals in.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't mind that shit. Lace is cool.
Yeah.
All right. Silk Song spoiler cast off. It's interesting how silent the game can be for so much of it, and then how it can just drop exposition like crazy.
Yeah.
In massive dense, like if you're a lore digger, it's got to feel like feast and famine for the entire game. But yeah. No, cool stuff there. That's just enough too that like you actually don't. I thought you were going to be in a situation where like if you didn't play Hollow Knight, you're going to be super confused by stuff. But they did just enough to be like, no, you probably can get what that was, and that's
that little
about.
Shadow looks like that Hollow Knight character.
Yeah, and the characters in that flashback are stuff that was from a different place, and that's it.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, all right, done.
That's a good game. Silk Song recently won Steam's Game of the Year voting.
I don't want other games to be made like it.
What do you mean?
I don't want other games to have that approach of like insane, secret, obnoxious wall. This is for 10 years from now ass development.
I don't think the game was made that way. I think the game was made, hey, let's put a cool little thing here. I genuinely I don't think the intention is there'll be secrets forever. I think the intention is that they put a bunch of stuff that you don't have to find.
Yeah, but as a
But gamers need 100%.
I don't need 100%. I just want to enjoy. I want a cool experience, and there's like I said, there's a threshold, and I realized that my threshold for the cool shit behind the walls was starting to detract. And
Yeah.
if you make it so that I can like beeline to the ending, but the best fucking fight in the game is behind the wall that was, and or like, what if I loved Shaman? In the end, I didn't use it much, but if I ended up
Yeah.
loving Shaman,
Oh, it's my favorite by far. By far. By far.
so that's a crazy thing to put at the fucking finish line, and so on and so forth. We're repeating ourselves, but
Yeah.
I do prefer what Expedition 33 did in terms of like the finish line's right there. Here you go. These are the places you can go explore and
I feel like
wrap it up
that
when you're done.
also kind of does that.
But this would be as if SKA had to stop at certain parts of the ocean that had no indicator of something being there, and then like go down and pull
I
out
get what you mean. I get what you mean.
pull out a secret map. All right.
Personally, I thought that was the perfect game I had played that year for me. And then in so doing was like, man, this is definitely not the perfect game for lots of people because I'm a sicko freak.
Yeah. The alternative would have been playing it on stream. That would have been a different experience too.
That might have been actually more positive in general, just because of like finding fleas and shit like that is so annoying.
And even things where like sometimes you pick something up and someone might be like, that thing's really good that you just picked up, as opposed to sometimes where I pick something up and I'm like,
what's the point of this?
Doesn't seem like it fits my build. Like
you know what that reminds me of? Reminds me of a long time ago when I was like, man, Metroid Prime 2 is so good. Metroid Prime Echoes, right? And I kept running into people like, oh man, I couldn't stand the like end of the game, go find the MacGuffins to do it. And I'm like, oh, I already got all the ones that you could up until that point. So I only had to find like 5. And then I found them like instantly. And like that just play style difference just changes the whole fucking game completely.
Wildly different. So that's me. If you want to tune in for more, going to be continuing Expedition 33, playing some more fighting games, and chilling over on Wooly Versus on Twitch and YouTube. Yeah, that was a beefy skong spoiler cast in the middle there. All right, how's it going?
Pretty good. We should take a quick break because I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32 games to talk about.
We'll be right back. let's take a quick word from our sponsors.
Yes, sponsors whom I love. Mwah, mwah.
Might as well do it now.
Yes, it's always time for sponsor.
This week, the podcast is sponsored by AG1 Athletic Greens. Yes. So
this is good. My wife keeps annoying me about not eating greens.
Eating greens is important. It's good. And it sucks that, like, for something that you know, kind of, it sucks that you can ignore it for so long, and it's sometimes you gotta think about what's your input. Are you just eating candy? Are you just eating candy? Is it all candy going in your gut?
No, I'm not allowed anymore.
Well, look, AG1 is a very simple way to get something that you need in your body. You're getting it takes 20 seconds, 1 scoop, 8 ounces of water. You drink it first thing in the morning, and you're getting, again, all the greens that you need. You're getting and it tastes great as well. You're getting your nutrition for the day. That's your multivitamins, your probiotics, your superfoods, your antioxidants, all in 1 scoop. Something that, you know, when I've been trying to get myself more healthy. I've been trying to think a bit more about this kind of stuff. And as somebody who is fully convenience pilled, I can very much appreciate, like, taking 1 scoop in the morning, solving it. It tastes great and takes care of that problem in seconds. And then I just don't have to think about it afterwards, you know? Yeah, so every single day, really great way to get all those important multivitamins into you. Especially something I learned from my doctor is that when you live in a cold climate, super high up north, you don't get as much sun as you ought to compared to living in more southern climates. And if you have dark skin, that's especially extra for you. So vitamin D is real low for the winter months for people like me. So that's something that is just like, you got to get on top of that. You got to figure out how to get that from other places, and this is a great way to do that. Couple different flavors to pick from. You got your AG1 original, citrus, berry, and tropical. I love the original. It's just a solid vanilla flavor with a little bit of a twist on it, but you can try out with all the different flavors as well. Experiment with them. They're pretty delicious. AG1 has over 50,000 5-star reviews and comes with a 90-day money-back guarantee. So what you want to do is go to drinkag1.com/superbeast to get their best offer for a limited time only. Get a free AG1 duffel bag and free AG1 welcome kit with your first subscription order, only while supplies last. That's drinkag1.com/superbeast. drinkag1.com/superbeast. Thanks, AG1.
Thanks, AG1.
This episode of the podcast is sponsored by Rocket Money.
Hey, Rocket Money, what's hanging?
New year, same budget that you're not taking care of, same subscriptions that you've forgotten about, same charges you don't recognize on your monthly statements. Same bullshit.
Apple? Who the heck is that?
You need to fix the problem with your subscriptions. You need to head over to a service that can simplify the process for you. Real simple. When I'm looking at my subscription services, it is really annoying that I see services that have changed names and they're no longer what I signed up for.
Forgetting about it is one thing, but then changing is like, oh my god.
It is nice to see that that Rocket Money makes it real simple for quick unsubscription from multiple services that you might have forgotten about, subscriptions that you might have, lost or didn't know you were still signed up to. In some cases, they make it really annoying to unsubscribe when you are going through an app that leads to a website that leads to an email that you only have 10 minutes to click on, or whatever the case is, and Rocket Money can solve that.
Email to the P.O. box. What's a P.O. box?
It's ridiculous how complicated unsubscribing from services can get. So They help you stay on top of that. Not to mention, of course, you can keep track of your spending. They can help lower your bills and cancel unwanted subscriptions so you can grow your savings and get your personal finance together. Pretty useful just at a glance to look at how many things I've, again, lost track of over the years. And, places where I'm like, I can afford to drop this service that I have not used in multiple months. So let Rocket Money help you reach your financial goals faster. Join at rocketmoney.com/superbeast. That's rocketmoney.com/superbeast. rocketmoney.com/superbeast. Rocket Money is a personal finance app that helps find and cancel unwanted subscriptions, monitor spending, and helps lower your bills so you can grow your savings. Get over there.
Thanks, Rocket Money.
Thank you. This podcast is also sponsored by HelloFresh.
I could go for some HelloFresh right now, bro, for real.
You open up your
I'm
door.
hungry.
You open up your door and you've got delicious food delivered straight to you. Brings back the joy of the kitchen with recipes that taste and feel good night after night. It's nice to have a simple meal that you can put together. Not much work to it. In fact, you have pre-proportioned ingredients, chef selected. If you've got your preferences, HelloFresh is delivering multiple choices. If you want high protein options, you have 35 plus to pick from. You've got Mediterranean, GLP-1 friendly options. Everything's made with wholesome ingredients, sustainably sourced seafood, 100% antibiotic and hormone-free chicken. It's all specific if you're trying to get on top of what type of protein you eat. And the convenience of, again, having it delivered straight to you cannot be beat. You have over 100 recipes each week that you can pick from, seasonal favorites and global dishes. Again, I'm a huge fan of chicken pesto. I will roll with that till the day I die.
You mentioned chicken pesto a lot. You love that chicken pesto.
To the day I die. To this day. Bigger portions so no one leaves the table hungry as well. So, yeah, get on the seasonal produce from stone fruit to corn on the cob. They got options.
I do this to myself. I just looked up a chicken. I'm like, I haven't seen chicken pesto in a while. I should look at it. Oh man, that's making me like extra super hungry. Why did I?
You shouldn't do that right now. You got to sit here for another little bit. You can't get on that for a while. What a mistake. Anyway, so yeah, I'm a huge fan of it. You should check it out. Go to hellofresh.com/superbeast10fm and get 10 free meals plus a free Zwilling knife. That is a $144.99 value on your third box. Whoa.
Cool.
Okay. You get a free Zwilling knife. Offer valid while supplies last. Free meals applied as discount on first box. New subscribers only. Varies by plan. Yeah. One more time, that's hellofresh.com/superbeast10fm to get 10 free meals and a free Zwilling knife. Get a knife, y'all. Go get a knife.
I could go for a new knife.
A $144.99 value on your third box while supplies last. Thank you, HelloFresh.
Thanks, HelloFresh.
And last but not least, the show this week is sponsored by Shopify. You are somebody who's setting up a business. The scenario is you're looking at your computer and you have a bunch of stuff you want to sell sitting in the room behind you, and you don't understand how to get it to people.
I keep looking at the screen and going 6-7, but nothing's selling, and I don't understand why.
The kids told you that there's a way.
They told me
there's a way to get all the stuff in the boxes behind you sold to the people on the internet, but you just don't know how to get it there. Enter Shopify. Real simple. You get your online business started, and they're there for you, ready to help you with everything from setting up and getting your first sale to your millionth sale as you grow and as your dream store gets built. They've got, tons of tools that can help you with your product descriptions. They've got the ability to market and get your email and social campaigns set up. So wherever people are looking for you, you can track and find out, for example, who likes to buy from where? Where are your orders coming from? If you're dealing with international shipping, they can help you out there. If you're handling more orders, if you're handling returns, things like that, Shopify has a dashboard and tons of support for, again, the complexities as your business grows, one step at a time. So millions of entrepreneurs have made the leap from household names to first-time business owners, just getting started. And yeah, perfect time for you to get your dreams off the ground and turn them into a business. We figured it out by getting a T-shirt associated and shipped out to people from talking into a podcast, microphones, and Let's Plays. So you can do it too. In 2026, stop waiting and start selling with Shopify. Sign up for your $1 per month trial and start selling today at shopify.com/superbeast. That's shopify.com/superbeast. And yeah, at shopify.com/superbeast, you can hear your first sale of the new year, cha-ching, with Shopify. Thank you, Shopify.
Thanks, Shopify.
All right, where are we starting?
All right, so I've been continuing down on Beat the Backlog. Beat the Backlog is now at 50 of 102 entries completed. This last week just fucking flew by that shit. So I'm going to try and go through these as succinctly but clearly as possible. In order that I played them, I have a nice little chart in front of me, so thank God that's there, or otherwise this would be impossible. Number one on the list is Ina Dream Barbecue, which is free.
Cool.
So there's a good start. It is, from what I can tell, a weird as fuck walk around and see shit game based off of a YouTube series. Super psychedelic imagery, super gonzo, like, I don't know if I would even call it a plot.
Okay.
Some very, very light platforming, for some very light collect-a-thon, search around. It's mainly just a thing that looks fucking cool, and it's cool to hang out in and see weird shit and talk to weird characters. Vinny is voicing a character named Dracula, who's like a fake vampire. Half of the characters speak different languages. Of note, one of the tutorial characters is the only character I have ever seen in a video game ever to speak the Quebec French.
Wow.
Like unmistakably Quebecois. Super weird. I felt very seen, which was very strange.
Huh. So this is just all vibes, wild vibes.
It's a lot of vibes. I don't know. I didn't get that far into it. I don't know if there's like game stuff in it, but it's cool. It's really cool. And also it's free. You technically already own it. It's apparently like 3-4 hours long. It's just
is that what we're calling free things now? We're just putting the Uno school of thought onto everything free.
It came with your Xbox. Dude.
You already own it. It's free. Yeah, okay.
I have the oldest Xbox known to man. Yeah, well, you should have it. Come on.
Reggie just said there's a Quebecois dude in what movie was it? Something. Anyway, whatever. The random cameo. All right.
But yeah, Ina Dream Barbecue, super cool.
Nice animation.
Free. You have it. It's got a bunch of cool voice acting in it.
You have Ina and Uno.
You have it. Next up is a game called Time Flies, in which you play as a tiny little fly in a completely black and white environment. And all you do is you fly around and buzz and do things, and it looked like a kind of like a little sandbox game where, oh, I strummed a little guitar by flying past it, or I tickled a person's feet by landing on it, that kind of thing. But then when you die after 84 seconds, because you live in Canada and the average life expectancy of Canadians is 84 years, it changes your time in the game to whatever country you live in. After you do that, you get a bucket list. And you discover that the bucket list for this little fly is stuff like learn an instrument, or make a revolution, meet a fan, or tickle somebody's feet, or make somebody laugh, or these little things. So you have to use your 84-second life to buzz around and see how you can possibly do all these little bucket lists in one life.
Interesting. Okay. Okay.
And there's cute little tricks like stuff you can do with clocks. And then after you finish that bucket list, you move on to a different environment with a different bucket list and continue on. It's very much like Untitled Goose Game, but with flies.
With flies, yeah. Okay.
The interesting thing is that I did a lot of exploring in the first room and found like a secret puzzle piece and said 1 of 12. So there's a meta layer on top of it.
Okay. Or minutes.
Super charming little minute game about how to be a fly and do silly fly things. It's really very.
How many of these games that you're playing do you like scroll down and see like reviewed by 10 people?
A couple.
Okay. Because not everything that comes in is like a huge hit.
Some of it's like quite obscure.
I assume that most of what comes in is like, oh, this was a blind spot that we had to something that was popping off.
Sometimes it's like an outrageous piece of fucking shit that they just want to go ha ha. Right?
Even
yeah. So next up is a game that I got off of GOG called Total Overdose.
Why do I know that?
Because you've seen it, but you didn't play it because it looked like it would have been bad.
Yes.
Because it is a Max Payne type of game, but in like Mexico. So Total Overdose is super ridiculous. It's from the aughts kind of like era of like Grand Theft Auto.
Max Payne. Right.
Supposedly we played it on Mystery Box, but I can't remember. And it is a pretty decent Max Payne like knockoff that actually has way more gameplay depth than Max Payne does.
Oh wow. Okay.
Because you can do shoot dodging, but you can also do wall running, wall flips, wall dives. There's a headshot mechanic. There's also an open world with cars and vehicles that you can drive around.
Spicy move. This was the origin of Spicy Move. Yes,
it's got spicy moves.
Right.
Killer Mexico soundtrack. It's super silly. It's super like it was. And as I'm playing it, and I'm like consistently impressed at like how much stuff is in it and how like individually successful all these little pieces are. I'm like, God damn it! I hope this was made anywhere but Mexico. Anywhere but Mexico. And sure enough, the developers for Total Overdose are in Copenhagen, Denmark.
Yeah.
Which means that they are outrageous, incorrigible Mexiboos.
This is Copenhagen's interpretation of Mexico.
So you get like a spicy move, which is you running around with like 2 guitar cases that just shoot a bunch of guns and all sorts of stuff.
Mariachi.
It's so much more impressive than I would have thought. This game just like it definitely had the chops that like Max Payne and like maybe like Grand Theft Auto 3 had in terms of tone and what was going on and how it actually played. But for whatever reason, it just didn't get that groundswell it needed. And that company eventually went under, I think, after Chili Con Carnage came out.
Oh my God. Okay, but the flow of gameplay also is like Drake and the 99 Dragons. Like running up the wall, it's got that same flavor to it.
It's punching above its weight.
Wow.
It's super cool.
Loco move.
Next up, I played Clover Pit. Which is Balatro, but a slot machine.
Uh-oh.
And
there's more than one of these.
It's pretty good. It's also like buckshot roulette, but a slot machine. Ooh. And so you're like you start it up and it literally says "Let's go gambling," with the little voice line and everything. And so what you're doing is you're trying to hit certain dollar amounts by hitting the slot machine, and then you're going and buying like upgrades that, give like Vampire Survivor or like Balatro Joker style upgrades to your slot machine. And then you keep going and doing upgrades. And I was like, I have to stop playing this right now.
Okay.
And then I stopped playing it, and it was like, holy shit, 48 minutes have gone by.
Okay.
That's disgusting. So I cannot play Clover Pit. Can't do it.
I beat Slots and Daggers. Like I completed that.
Yeah.
So this is
but it's a really good one of
up the alley.
those.
Okay.
It's a really I glazed out. Like I straight up like unfocused and entered the grandma zone of the slot machine.
Yeah. The danger's there.
Yeah. Great game, super cool. But slot machine.
Oh yeah. No, dude, I hit credits on Ball X Pit. Like I will fucking like I you know, I'll get sucked in.
I saw someone describe it as a certified baby scrambler in my chat when I was playing it. And I was like, yes, absolutely.
Keep
100%.
them away. Okay. Balatro but thing is it's a genre that is it's starting to grow legs.
So next up, Paige actually dropped by for this one. We played Road to Empress. Wooly, have you heard about Road to Empress?
Can't say I have.
So Road to Empress is part of a new type of video game blowing up the charts on Steam. It is translated C-dramas.
Oh, wow.
Okay. Like full-blown C-drama.
Live action.
Okay.
And the video game is what?
The video game is making choices and the occasional, very rare quick-time event.
Did they turn a show into a game?
No. This is Road to Empress.
Okay.
There are 100 of endings. Many of them end with your doom and death.
Is it like
so you are
the mobile game where it's like pick between the pregnant Empress and
yes, it is, Wooly.
Yeah, okay.
It is just like
that. Okay. I know. I got it. Right. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So Road to Empress, you are playing a lady in waiting / future possible consort for the Imperial Kingdom. And you go down there along with all the other hopefuls. And then what happens immediately? Some bitch drops her fucking peony brooch and says, oh, I should give this to you. It's your brooch. But guess what, Wooly? Wearing that brooch makes the consort of kindness go nuts because she's so jealous of all these young women. So she has you branded with the brooch as an iron, and then you die.
Oh.
So then you decide to be like, no, it was actually her brooch, and then you argue about it. And oh no, now you both die.
Are you in the Animus?
Yeah.
Why are you glitching out?
Then you restart, and then you go on and you're trying to make waves, but don't make too many big waves because all these women, they're all in fighting. They're all out to get you. And there's the prince, and the prince is pretty handsome, but that other prince was not.
Yeah. No. The guy with the long hair though, because like the prince is hot, but the other hot guy is hot too. So
and it's like, hey man, do you want to watch some fucking C-dramas?
Like,
maybe play Choose Your Own Adventure. And the
His
answer
bangs
is
are
yeah,
perfect.
dude. I totally do.
Scandalous.
So yeah, no, Road to Empress is super cool. It's awesome.
Don't fall for the long-haired prince. It never ends well.
The game also has a really so it has leaderboards. And I was really confused as to what the fuck the leaderboards were because it's a choose your own adventure game that has like death endings. It's like you ever play like Space Quest or King's Quest?
Yeah.
Okay, it's that level of like choice-based fatality, but like in an FMV game.
Okay.
Right?
I mean,
so how can there be a leaderboard? And so the leaderboard is for every character in the game, as you play through Road to Empress, you unlock like gifts, or I think it's like tomatoes. And you can give gifts to the characters you like and throw tomatoes at the characters you don't like. And that's what the leaderboard is. The leaderboard is just a popularity chart for all the characters in the game.
Wow. Okay.
Oh, rotten eggs, not tomatoes. My mistake. But yeah, no, it's super cool. It's super cool.
I mean, I think the first FMV game I ever saw was like Gabriel Knight and then Phantasmagoria. And then after Night Trap, I feel like we had a long power gap. So it might be time to return.
There's others
to FMV.
China has discovered that Steam likes C-dramas. So there's more coming.
Well, because after Her Story and what the fuck was it? Like Something Night or whatever, the one... There's that one movie game that was Something Night.
Yeah, whatever.
Anyway, I thought this trend was over with, but...
Bro, I want East Asian telenovelas. That's what I want.
Late Shift. There we go. Interesting.
And Road to Empress is definitely one of those. I played Haunty. That's Hauntii, which is a super charming, like black and white kind of little ghost game about escaping hell. It's kind of like a little baby Zelda.
Okay.
I don't know how to describe it other than that. It's very charming. It's very cute. I have a strong suspicion it's not very long, but I liked it. I thought it was pretty cool. I played a game called High Fleet, which is a sicko game for freaks. It is the Dune game for people who play Caves of Cud or Dwarf Fortress. So like the tutorial is like, here's how to chart your airship in this weird alternate history to the location. Now land it properly with like realistic thrust mechanics, and then go back out and then go to the shop and outfit your stuff while doing political maneuver. It's a real sicko game for logistic freaks.
Name again?
High Fleet.
Okay.
It's for sickos. And if you're a sicko, if you're like, oh yeah, I love these like low graphics, like absurd, complicated, like in-depth mean games with no tutorialization, oh yeah, it probably is awesome, but not for me. No, thank you.
Pretty HUD.
Remember how I said Arkham City feels like the epitome of like the 7th gen?
Mm-hmm.
So I also played Shadow of the Tomb Raider.
Oh, wow. Okay, yeah.
So I played the first Tomb Raider reboot, and I didn't play the second Tomb Raider reboot.
So this is the third one. Yeah.
I threw in the third one.
I don't know shit about this, dude. Like, I know that first one. We QA'd the fuck out of it, but
it opens up with like a dramatic plane crash, and then it opens up with Lara deep in a pit of very tight rocks, as she has to like climb out of the pit and like scrape her young body against the rocks and grunt and groan on her way out.
It's still fucking injury porn.
Still, yeah, dude. Yeah, absolutely.
Oh,
and then I'm like, all right, let's go raid some tombs. And it drops me into like this like cutscene of like trying to figure out who some bad guys are at some party. And then it's like a forced slow walk and talk for like 10 minutes. And I'm like, fuck this. I'm out. I'm done. Like I didn't like, I played it for, I don't know, like 20, 25 minutes and did not get to the part where I could jump.
Yeah. I mean, the Tomb Raider Remake 1 had that too. Like there's some slowdown
but like my tolerance for it is low now.
Yeah,
like I don't want 20 minutes of walk and talk at the beginning. Cool. I don't like it.
So then, what was the person hoping you would get to there? Like, what was?
I put that on there.
Oh, okay. You wanted to know.
I bought that whole trilogy for like $6, like a couple of years ago.
Okay.
And I wanted to see what the fuck was up with the third one.
So your choices are just also influenced by what's on sale.
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Or what's actually just hanging out on my Steam backlog for realsies. Also of note is that when Lara is crawling through the rocks, I was like, so she's not being horribly injured, but I described the camera work. Like you're a big fan of like, oh, the camera's talking to you.
Yep.
Like the camera's telling you something.
Yep.
And what the camera in Shadow of the Tomb Raider is telling you is that you are close enough to smell Lara. Like it's in smell distance. You know what I mean? Like it's too close to actually get the whole character in frame.
You're not focusing on anything particularly explicit, but you're so up in there that you can almost see the wafting.
In an area that shouldn't allow a camera in, like, you know?
It doesn't have to focus on body parts for that to be a thing. I know the energy.
Those games are like so degenerate horny. It's so weird because they won't admit it. That's the part. They think they're slick. They think they're
because
they're on the down low, but they're not.
Because the first one, there's two things going on. Is one, they played Resident Evil 4 and they went, yo, right?
Which is a fair reaction, yeah.
And then it was like, oh, like what, like how do you establish the grit and how tough this character is to start off with these crazy injuries and show how she overcomes it. She's a survivor.
Yeah.
But then it just keeps happening. And over and over and over again, you know? And yeah,
it reminds me of when I was playing BioShock Infinite, the DLC, and there's a scene in which Elizabeth is like being threatened with like a lobotomy, and it's like very close and very intimate, and it's like tap 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 on like her skull. And somebody in the chat said, "Wow, you would never have this scene with a guy ever." Ever. You would never have this like super close intimate scene. Like there's a weird like creepy sex current to it. And yeah, all those Tomb Raider games totally feel like that. Like there's totally like a weird undercurrent of like, oh, I want to protect her because she's getting hurt so much. But you're the one who designed her to get hurt in all these situations. That's you. Yeah,
no, I feel like if there ever is moments like that, I'm popping the fuck off. Like,
all right, so I'm gonna. I see some folks saying, "What about Dead Space 2?" Dead Space. There's a difference between a person being restrained and forcibly attacked in a weird, intimate way, and somebody doing something to themselves. Context is very important. It's very important. Anyway, moving on.
Love when the camera talks to you.
Yeah, I played something called Shape of Dreams, which purports to be like a roguelike Diablo, but it actually feels like a MOBA and doesn't have the juice.
Wow.
So that is the end of that discussion. Speaking of juice, the next one is Ultros. Have you seen Ultros?
I know that name.
It's the Metroidvania that looks like it's made out of goo.
Yes.
It's made out of goo and slop.
Yes.
It is really weird. It is really, really, really quite strange.
I might already own this, but I don't think I tried it yet.
It has a super like acid psychedelic art style. It is a well-controlling, but not crazy well-controlling Metroidvania that has, a bunch of goop upgrades. It has a really strange thing where as you kill enemies, you eat them and then you build up some stats and then you cash them out for your core abilities like wall jumping and counters and stuff like that. And then you beat the first boss and the game loops you back to the beginning and changes things on the ship that you're on and removes all of your Metroidvania abilities again.
Okay.
So you have to do, I think, like 6 or 7 loops, and every time you do that loop, you are building back up your kit.
I truly believe that, like, if you showed Chris Nolan this trailer, he might just die.
Yeah, that's possible.
It's
definitely possible.
So, like, this game is so unafraid of color. It's fucking, like, I applaud it.
It's kind of eye-searing.
I applaud how much it loves the full spectrum of colors.
It likes saturated color is what it likes. And everything's goo and mess and gorp.
Every single screen has the full gamut on it. It has the full palette, you know?
It's super cool. Moving on, we've got Night Runner's Prologue. Night Runner's Prologue also has a demo. And it is a jank ass CRT style old racing game in like nighttime Japan highways. Crazy good aesthetic.
Swag.
Pretty good racing. Great soundtrack. Super bare bones. Super bare bones. Free demo, right? Super cool. Not a whole lot there.
Yeah.
That's kind of it.
Okay.
But you do own it. So you might as well try it out. The next one that I put on the list, and I put this one on the list because I have to know, and I thought people would be interested in seeing me having to know. I put on Metal Gear Solid 3 Delta Snake Eater.
Ah, okay, just to know.
just to know.
Mhm.
So I played it for about 2 hours, and I discovered things that I did not know. So I originally looked at that and went, I don't get the point of this game. This remake seems completely pointless. Right? I had just replayed the HD collection version of Snake Eater
Mhm.
and was like, this completely holds up immaculately.
What'd you play it on?
PC.
Okay.
I ran it at 4K. It looked gorgeous, etc. So I'm playing Metal Gear Solid Delta Snake Eater, and I did notice a couple of things. One, if you remember from the original trailers, they just used the same voice acting, which was the right decision, and it looked like they used the same character animation. So it looked really janky because it was very old animation with super high-end models. I don't know if they changed something, but they definitely smoothed something out because now that animation no longer looks janky. It looks really smooth, looks quite good. So at the bare minimum, this is a like gorgeous looking remake of Metal Gear Solid 3. And it does have the addition for the very old camera, like the top-down camera, which no one should ever use, and the new one with new controls, which are more or less the same.
So in terms of why does this exist, in terms of that question, I think I have a pretty straightforward answer that I thought from the jump, which is Kojima is gone, and we tried to do something embarrassing, and MGS Survive happened, and let's never fucking do that again. Let's just stick to what has been established, because we don't want to have to write anything, because we can't. Let's remake what was already good and just make it shinier.
Yeah, but I mean, like, why does it exist, like, for me when I have this other version?
Oh, well, yeah, sure. But, like, we want Metal Gear as a franchise to continue making money, but we don't have the ability to write new things into it, therefore.
Yeah. So it also it plays like the new controls play like a cross between Snake Eater and like MGS5. Like it is not the same as MGS5's, but it is a little more modern. It's fine. I like it. There are, however, two really massive change. Oh, it also includes like a bunch of like every mode, like Snake versus the Apes and Snake versus Bomberman are there, as well as there is a multiplayer mode. It's not as good. I've been told it's not as good as the original Snake versus Guards or anything like that, but there is a working multiplayer mode that you can play. There are two things, though, that really, and I mean really, made a huge difference in the early game. The second of which is that when you go into your camouflage meter, right, your little menu, and pick a camouflage, it saves that camouflage to a quick list, and hitting up and down on the D-pad just selects from all the camos you've picked, and it tells you what your camo index will be when you put it on.
Oh.
And when you hit like down to like select olive drab and let go, it will just, there'll be like a 1 second load screen and your camo will be switched and you will just go throughout the rest of the day. So that is a massive improvement.
Shit. Yo, style switching in DMC3?
Yeah.
Wow.
But that's not the big one. The big one is that I went to shoot a guard with the Mark 22 Hush Puppy. And the Mark 22 Hush Puppy in Metal Gear Solid 3 Delta has bullet drop, and it has a lot of bullet drop. So from like 15 feet away, you wouldn't notice any difference. But as a result, you cannot snipe people from 20, 25 feet away with the Hush Puppy anymore. And that one balance change completely recontextualizes the entirety of MGS3.
Okay.
And makes me much more excited to play it because the trank gun in 2 and 3 was ridiculous. It was it was crazy how good it was.
It like in 2, it just neutralized the entire video game. In fact, I would say in Metal Gear Solid 2, it turned the franchise into a different feeling thing. It became a walk and sleep, instead of the sneak. Yeah.
So it changes it to like, oh, I have to actually do a bunch of these areas, like a real stealth game, instead of just taking out the binoculars,
point and sleep,
zooming in, and then switching to the thing. As a result, I'm much more interested in playing it because that is a much more interesting way to actually encounter a bunch of the encounters in the game.
Does the dart drop off also apply to like lethal Guns
No.
as well. Okay. If you want to do Murder Snake, yeah, all right.
Well, because guns in that game, like silencers, have what do you call it? Like
Durability.
they have durability, and when you kill a guard, their blood is there, and then it's harder to hide them. And there's like a whole bunch of different things, and also that changes the boss fight with the sorrow. So yeah, okay, the game totally has like objective value, even for somebody like me who's played that original to death, as well as looking nice. Didn't run as well as I would have hoped. But what are you gonna do? I played Risk of Rain Returns,
Oh, okay.
which I don't like Risk of Rain 2 very much. Risk of Rain 1 is like the exact same game as Risk of Rain 2, just in 2D. Has way better vibe than Risk of Rain 2. Like it's way like lonelier, like grungier vibe. Yeah, it's all right. It's charming. Not my kind of thing. It played well enough, and I understood it a little bit better. Maybe I'll go back to Risk of Rain 2. But yeah, it really feels like, hey, for people that loved Risk of Rain 1, that old version is kind of really old. Like when you turn up the resolution, your character becomes like 2 pixels tall, and the game becomes like an unplayable mess.
Risk of Rain Returns is a remaster of the first game?
Of the first one, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's cool. I played EX Zodiac, which is a Star Fox clone.
Yes, X Zodiac. That I know.
And it's a pretty good Star Fox clone. That's it. Like all information required is there.
They popped this on the list a while ago. I saw a good trailer.
That's what
for
that
it on
game
Twitter.
is.
Well,
that's literally what that game
Star
is.
Fox clone, but like with like I want to say like Sega Outrun like background stuff going on.
3D. What's it called? 3D World something. Stages.
3D World Runner, like
3D World Runner.
almost like or you know, like there's even
Fantasy Zone, yeah.
Sure. There's a little bit of that specific. You're traveling along a checkerboard floor, coloring thing going on. Yeah, very cool.
Yeah, it's cool. It's cool. Controls well, looks cool, has the same like kind of aesthetic that it needs to. It's cool. I played a game that everyone has been yelling at me I have mispronounced. It's spelled Gnosia, which I would pronounce as Nosia, because GN makes a silent G in English. I have been informed that it's not. It's Genosia.
Genosia?
Supposedly.
I might have said nausea. Just looking at
whatever.
it. Sure. Okay.
It is one of the weirdest fucking things I've played in this whole thing. So I'll start with the fact that I hate it. Let's just start there.
Okay.
Like I absolutely fucking hate it. I hate it a lot. So it's a visual novel, and it is a visual novel on like a spaceship that is you doing a visual novel storyline of rounds of Among Us, where there's one person on the ship that is Genosia or whatever, which is like an evil alien presence, and will kill someone in your sleep during the hypersleep trip on your spaceship, and you have to figure out who it is, and there's visual novel elements to it as well as running rounds like Werewolf or Among Us or whatever. And the first thing that I noted, it is the only visual novel I have ever played in my entire life that had bad controls.
What does that mean?
How? You're like, how could a visual novel have bad controls?
You click and or walk.
That's so you don't walk, you don't do anything, you only click. So the game wants you at the end of discussions, like, you know, at the end of the thing, they're like, hit W to talk. So it won't load up your choices. It will go, no, hit the W button to talk. So you hit W to talk, and then I'm like, some choices load up. I'm like, oh, cool. I'll hit W and A and S to move up and down, right? No. W is to talk or not talk. Once you've hit W to talk, use the arrows up and down on your keyboard to move up and down your choices.
Oh, was this like a phone game?
I don't know.
That got turned into something, because I feel like you run into weird UI problems every time they try to take something. It's a port.
And then you might be like, man, I'll hit spacebar to move through dialogue or make choices.
Vita.
No, only the enter key.
Vita port.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
And someone said that it has controller support. The controller support did not work when I played it. So I'll judge it against the controls of its native platform. I was playing it on the PC.
Thanks, playism. Yeah. Okay.
The dialogue didn't sell me. The controls for a visual novel was poor. The core concept is interesting, but yeah, nothing about it sold me at all.
The fashion on some of these characters is pretty interesting. Some of these characters are dressed in a cool way. They're kind of weird and out there. I don't mind some of these designs.
Nothing about it appealed to me at all, and I came away going, how did you do bad controls on a visual novel?
That's wild. That's wild. Yeah. But
that's
no,
unbelievable.
But as far as like some people wearing like space fashion goes, like I'm like, oh yeah, there's some characters I'm looking at here. Anyway, Genosha.
Mm-hmm. I also got like a very strange reaction when I had that, which was I checked it out on Steam, and the Steam reviews are overwhelmingly positive. And there are actually a lot of comments in that particular backlog video about how great the game is and how much people love it. And that's crazy because I hate it so much. It must be good to some degree. It must have like a cool story, but like my first impression was, this controls like shit. I should rename Beat the Backlog to first impressions are important. And if you make a video game, you should have good controls.
It seems like it's currently in the discussion because an anime just came out.
Yeah, that is probably why. Moving on, I played a game called Majesty HD, which is a re-release of a very old game called Majesty, which is a top-down Sims, like not quite RTS, which
Majesty Gold?
No, Majesty HD.
Okay.
I don't know. It's one of those. It seems like a classic, and a bunch of people in my audience really liked it. It is also like decades old and has no tutorialization. It did not come with a manual. So I picked the first mission and could not make heads or tails of it at all. Like I put it on like my pass like criteria, but like I honestly can't make any real judgment on it at all because couldn't figure it out even a little.
Majesty Gold HD.
Yeah.
Yes.
Someone in my comments said made this like multiple 1,000-word essay about how I was playing the game wrong, to which I would say, I don't know, probably because the game has no tutorial.
Release date 23rd of March 2001. Sounds about right.
So okay. I played an RPG Maker game called Super Lesbian Animal RPG.
Okay.
Have you seen this?
Yes. I think I saw the clip of the kiss.
Yeah, you saw
that. Yeah. I saw. Okay, so I saw that and I was like, "Is this Freedom Planet 2?"
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
So it is the gayest video game I've ever played. And it definitely wears that on its sleeve. You are playing as a trans lesbian furry who is dating her butch lesbian girlfriend, who they want to get into magical adventures or heroism in their gay furry world made out of pastel colors. On top of that, the writing feels incredibly appropriate for the group of people and subject matter contained within. It definitely has like young lesbian new girlfriend energy. If you remember that.
Okay.
Like in your 20s, just absolutely fucking like
fawning all over.
Embarrassing levels of fawning.
Yeah. Well, so the good
Um,
stories are the ones where it like kind of focuses on how that naivete backfires hard on
No,
you.
I don't know. This seems to just play it straight.
Okay.
So like I think the funniest bit is that the core concept of your main character is that she only wants to be an adventurer or whatever, is to be a paladin so she can heal her tougher girlfriend, which is like half of the MMO people I've met in my life. That's the story. Is your significant other gets into MMOs like, oh, I don't know what to. I'll play a healer. I'll play support. Um,
Damn.
uh,
This game.
in addition to that, it is a very competently put together RPG Maker RPG.
Oh, this looks great.
Every single asset bespoke. Every single enemy is like a cute little pun.
Every single screen, even the company logo of the game dev is gay. Like everything is fucking all in on it. Phenomenal.
There's a line of dialogue in it where they will look at each other and go, "That's pretty gay." like it's on point.
Yeah. Okay.
It is on point. Also, the color palette is like gorgeous.
Insane.
It's a very gay color palette.
Yes.
Obviously, it's from the flags.
Assignment understood. Mission accomplished.
It is like
Overstand.
The most, like,
Overstand.
That's perfect.
Yeah.
There are. Oh, somebody reminded me. There are some sliders in it. When you go to the options at the very bottom is sliders for if the game is art and if the game is political.
On both sides?
Yeah, so you can go into the options and put like 0 to 100 if the game is political or not, or if the game is art or not.
It's a little too political,
which is
for me.
Really funny.
I don't know about that.
It also oh, and there's also a Ludo narrative dissonance slider. I forgot.
Okay, good. Oh yeah. No, I mean,
but it's also just like super charming, and the RPG elements like really work. So like one of the first things that I noticed in the very first battle you have with your girlfriend is that when they're in the same party, they both gain the special ability Kiss.
Yeah.
And if you kiss your partner, you get a 15% bonus to your stats for 5 turns, which is crazy. So it means before every fight of note,
always kiss. Always kiss. Is it the same animation? Is it the same little MS Paint?
No, it is not. It's not the little MS Paint animation. It's just like a first person like RPG. But super charming, super cool.
Man, all gamers wanted
really
was a way.
Game.
All gamers wanted was a way to turn off the woke, and it's you've got an option for that now. So
it's in there. You can put that game at 100% political or not, whatever. So that game's cool. I played a game called Fly Night, which was in some of the indie awards. I didn't know what it was. Fly Night is a King's Quest game, but you play as a fly.
Okay.
It is an old style King's Quest game that does not believe in textures. Everything is super fucking flat. Everything is super old style 3D. And it's a solid ass Kingsfield game.
Okay.
That's it.
All right.
It's cool. I played.
Somebody was upset with FromSoft's direction change and decided to take it upon themselves.
Oh, did I say King's Quest? I meant King's Field. My mistake. I'm talking about the old From Software games.
I somehow knew that.
Yeah, you knew I meant that.
Yes, I somehow gathered correctly. Yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So you know Aspire Media, how they suck shit.
ASPYR
remasters that are terrible.
Mm-hmm.
So the Legacy of Kain Soul Reaver remaster is excellent. It's like one of the best re-releases of a game I've ever seen in my life. It's super clean. The new graphics are like much better, but they're also like just layered on top of the old graphics. And you know that because if you click R3 at any time ever, it will switch to the PS1 graphics.
Okay.
So you can
go back right
switch it back
away.
and forth during every cutscene.
Oh god, I did QA for a bunch of Aspire shit, so I'm just trying to like fly through because there's so much they port.
I know.
And I remember it being a mixed bag, but
yeah. No, it's super solid. It runs like the Dreamcast version did. All the voice acting is intact and all the sound quality is good. Everything's rock solid. And the thing that stood out to me that they really cared is that you must remember the Soul Reaver 1 like CG intro where Kane throws Raziel into the pit.
No, dude.
It was a super, super, super high-end CG cutscene, right? And the unfortunate reality is that a lot of times you get these remasters and you're like, oh, well, you know, here's the upscaled version of the cutscene. No, I don't know how they did it or how they found it. They found the original file, I guess, because the cutscenes are clearly the original files being re-rendered at a 4K resolution.
Okay.
Like it is not upscaled. It is like it is the real deal.
Okay.
Done good. It looks great.
Yeah, I have seen. I think I've seen more of Blood Omen than I've seen of Soul Reaver. I think overall.
That's nuts.
Yeah, I remember watching
That's
that.
Fucking nuts.
Because people were playing that at Microplay back in the day, and I was watching someone play a good like half an hour or an hour of Blood Omen. But I did pick up Soul Reaver 1 and 2 remastered as a consideration for the future.
Yeah, no, those games are great.
Mm-hmm.
Soul Reaver. There was a point where people were like, is Soul Reaver PlayStation Zelda? And like the answer is like kinda if it came out more than never.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Moving on, I played Parking Garage Rally Circuit. It's a very cute, very retro style game where you're doing time trials around a little parking lot in your little PS1 cartoon car. Plays well, has like Ridge Racer 4 drifting and Mario Kart drifting combined. It feels really good. The game's option menu is the old Game Gear option. No, Game Genie menu, like with the purple and the gray.
Yeah.
And you pick like between like 4 different versions, which is like original hardware or like emulated on a handheld or the PC port of this fake game that never came out.
And these are all these little RC Pro-Am cars. I love it.
Yeah, it's super cool.
Love it.
I played Scrandle.
Yep. Did you try Evil Mode?
I did not try Evil Mode. I played about an hour or so of Scrandle.
You played an hour of Scrandle? Damn.
Yeah.
How'd that go?
British people have to stop.
They're not just British. It's all over. It's Europe.
I'm well aware it's all over. But like, it gave me an excuse to call out British people in my chat for what the fuck is up with the phrasing of we went and got a Chinese and it's like 4 pieces of chicken on top of fries.
Okay, so for anyone who doesn't know, scran is apparently the word for the food you buy at a stadium when you're going to watch a footy match. And there's a browser game called Scrandle where you have to pick between 2 choices and you have to choose which most people online agreed was a better value. So it's
which
not
includes the price.
Yes, it's not just about which is more appetizing or which looks gross. It's what is more worth it for the cost of what you're getting.
Crazy.
That throws the wrench so hard into the works.
The amount of British foods that are just like a thing on top of fries is like outrageous. Outrageous.
Mm-hmm. And like, yeah, I see just say street food, but it's like it's not street food.
No, it's not. It's stadium
food. Stadium food. It's particular to that environment.
Yeah.
Always at the pitch with a footy game happening in the background.
I saw American dishes, I saw Italian dishes, I saw a lot of Brazil dishes, I saw some Hungarian dishes, and like by far the British stuff was like the worst every single time. Dude. Unbelievable.
Like gray hot dogs, and you're like, not the good kind of gray hot dog. Like the one that used to be pink. But the color's gone now. So evil mode is it takes both sides and fucks with the color by inverting it, or sometimes making it black and white, or sometimes making it blurry.
That's so stupid.
So you can't fully see what the scran is versus another obfuscated scran.
Yeah.
How many times, how many different disappointing ways can you see a piece of fucking craft singles dropped on some shit? Like, take a sad meal and drop a craft single on it, and just your heart will sink.
I got to see, and sometimes you get to see like some of the worst things on the site. So like the one that I got that was the worst thing I saw that day was like a pink uncooked hot dog on top of a hot dog bun for like $10. I'm just
God.
like, I'm like,
Yeah.
oh my
Yeah.
god,
Yeah.
oh
Yeah.
my
Yeah.
god, that's unbelievable.
The dry McCain fries, the super fucking frozen kind, where you crack it open and it's just like you hear a snap because it hasn't been fucking cooked through.
Unbelievable. I played a game called Pajama Sam. No need to hide when it's dark outside. Couldn't get OBS to capture it.
The fuck?
It's an old game. It uses scum.
Oh yeah, you're fucked.
My monitors would go crazy every time I loaded it up.
Okay.
Couldn't get no. Fuck it. I played a RPG called
this
WrestleQuest.
guy. Oh, I know this character. Okay, yeah. WrestleQuest. Yes.
Have you played WrestleQuest?
No, but back in the day we were considering this. Did we do it? We either did it or considered it for no. Is this from back then?
I don't know, but we never did that on the channel. Never.
Okay, was there a Kickstarter?
I don't know.
I know WrestleQuest for some reason. It either was a Kickstarter way back when, or we talked about it during the WrestleMania era or something.
So WrestleQuest is one of the weirdest concepts. It takes place in a toy box, a magical toy box, in which all the toys are real and have come to life, like Toy Story.
Mm-hmm.
But the child that owns this toy box just has a shit ton of wrestling dolls, just a ton of them. And the beginning, like the narrator of like, hey, let's see what happened, and the story of the WrestleQuest is a podcast hosted by Jeff Jarrett.
Okay.
And I'm like, what? And then you go into it, and like the first thing you see is like this like 100-foot tall statue of Macho Man Randy Savage.
Yeah.
And talking about how your main character loves Randy Savage so much, and he wants to grow up to be just like him. And it is this like weirdly official, has tons of real wrestlers in it, like Jake the Snake and Jeff Jarrett and these people, but also has a bunch of knockoff characters made up. That is like the most inside wrestling shit you could ever imagine. The RPG is like a Mario and Luigi style kind of action thing, but it also includes like when you fatigue an enemy by beating them up, you have to pin them and do a little pinning mini game, or you have to psych up the crowd and you build up your entrance, like a bunch of custom entrance stuff.
Okay.
It's ridiculous. Like, instead of choosing classes, you choose how you get hype. Are you a technical wrestler? Are you a strong man? Are you the underdog?
I think this game, I might have known about it either behind the scenes from a while back, or that there was like a legal thing that happened with it, and then it got to the state it's in now. But there's some sort of backstory to this game for a while that I remember from years ago.
So your special moves are called gimmicks. And one of the first things that you do is you play legally distinct Bret Hart. And his buddy who's like a moose wrestler in fake RPG Canada. And you have been chosen to get heat over on the new guys and push them up. So you have to do the boss fight, but you also have to do the boss fight in a specific way and like let them kick out so they can get the big finish. At which point leads to them talking shit to you after the match, and your buddy telling them to like be careful, or if you want to shoot, we'll shoot. And I'm man, this is for like a subsection of freaks.
So years ago during WrestleMania, we workshopped the idea of a wrestling game where you would actually have to sell as part of the game.
I remember that.
And this is the closest I think you're getting to that.
By far. This game is for smarks. This game is for smart marks through and through. Like there's in some of the little dungeons, there's like a Metroidvania thing where there's a table blocking your way.
Nice.
So you have to get a gimmick coin for the type of table it is, so that you can manifest a Lego character and slam through the table the right way so you can go like, it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
And the only thing that I could find that was like a downside is when I went to the Steam reviews, the game came out in 2011 and it has some serious bugs that just never got fixed because the game was never supported long term.
Okay, it is an old thing, because I'm looking at this that says release date 2023, and I'm like, there's no way, because this had legal problems a long time ago. Like, anyway, yeah, that's cool. God, whatever.
Well, hold on. Well, maybe I was wrong about 2011, but yeah, no, there are bugs that never got fixed.
Yeah, this is bothering me because I feel like whatever. It doesn't matter. This sounds fun. This sounds fun. Nice.
So this seems like the kind of game that I get really, 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 really into, and then encounter like a soft lock, and then be completely miserable about. You know,
great animation though.
Yeah, super cool. I played Raido Kuzunoha, The Mystery of the Soulless Army.
Yeah.
I started the game off and I said, hey, I would like to thank my colleague Wooly Madden for manifesting this game out of nothing. That was really cool that you did that.
So you're playing the remake, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you see how it's just a different fucking game? It's not an HD at all.
We're gonna. This is by so first of all, Raido Kuzunoha versus the Mysterious Army, or the Soulless Army, or whatever the fuck it's called, is a really good RPG. It has very significant problems. You probably went on those problems at length, and the number one of which is like the random battle shit in that game is fucking nuts. It is absolutely crazy.
It's a lot.
So they said, hey, we're going to make a Raido. It's called Raido Remastered. All right, so what is it? So they said it was going to be a remaster, and now it's out. It is not a remaster. It is a full-blown, exhaustive remake.
Secretly. Making 3D out of 2D environments.
Yeah, the original game was all 2D pre-rendered environments. This game is in full 3D. They have taken the battle system from the second game.
Yep.
And put it into the first game.
Yeah.
And then added on top of that, so it actually controls awesome.
Yeah.
They took every change that the second game added to quality of life stuff and added it here, as like the right demon will come out when you need to talk to an NPC. You don't have to switch them in the menu. The game has full voice acting in English.
I got a phone call. I got a phone call from a friend about for a half hour, just yelling about how this is a secret remake and how crazy it is that they did this without telling anybody.
It is nuts. They have taken what I thought was a pretty good but flawed game, and they have just massively, massively improved it. But even though it's all in 3D, they maintain all the camera angles from the first game. So there's a couple areas that there were different pre-rendered backgrounds depending on which way you would enter them. That's in 3D, but the camera will just shift to give you the correct angle.
Yeah.
It's super cool.
One of the combat overhauls I remember hearing was the basically sword and gunplay is now just meant to keep the MP up for your demons as they're fighting.
So there's two. There's weak attacks, and the only thing that weak attacks does is increase your mag so that your demons can keep doing their fighting. And then strong attacks, which are your actual damage dealing moves that don't increase your mag.
So you're just you're doing your support skills. You're fighting alongside your monsters, and you're encouraged to use your different attacks or whatever to enhance them to stay out longer, as opposed to running them dry and then switching over to your inferior
and
style.
Then you have
way better
like a dodge that will do like a there's a perfect dodge to get behind enemies. There's the ability to hide your demons on your body to make them dodge AoEs. You get 2 demons out at a time, which was something from the second game, which makes a lot of those fights a lot easier to handle. It's crazy.
And I believe, what my friend was saying is it's suspicious enough that it's okay, clearly, Abaddon King is gonna come. Because you did all the work for it.
Remastered came out this year.
You did all the work for it. The question is some crazy person secretly trying to push them into making another game?
I have to imagine the answer to that is yes.
Because the work is there. You don't
is
go this
that
exhaustive for nothing.
and what they should do is they should make it a new PS2 game. Like it should not be a fancy like modern game. It should be just another one.
Mega Man 9 it.
Yeah, absolutely. Super cool, really impressive. I don't know why they didn't call it a remake. It's super weird it's called a remaster. It's fucking strange.
Like secretly better than what you think it is. Yeah.
It has been rebuilt from the fucking bottom up.
Yeah. Maybe because maybe somebody was not allowed to do that and did so anyways, but they had to keep it secret from, the powers that be.
Yeah. I played a game that you're more familiar with the series than I am called Azer Striker Gunvolt 3.
Ah, okay. I heard good things about the sequels, including 3, where you can do new shit now.
Sure.
I just played that first one. That's all I knew.
So, it controls fairly well. And I got to the second level, which has a cool like throw out little talismans to tag a bunch of enemies and then hit an attack, and you go whoa, 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 like you judgment cut through them.
You're playing as Gunvolt?
No, you're playing as some lady, and Gunvolt's a dog that's with you.
Oh, yeah, okay. Well, that would explain where the gameplay improvements came from, I'm sure. Yeah, all right.
And did you play, what was that mecha game called? Daemon X Machina?
Yep.
Do you remember playing Daemon X Machina and like being like, I wish you would all shut the fuck up so I could play the game?
We yapping.
Nonstop.
Oh, boy.
Just like nonstop. Like unbelievable. Unbelievable how much. And all of the dialogue in it is, I'm going to start calling it proper noun dialogue, which is the term the game has invented has gone to the place the game has invented to do the thing the game has invented, and like it all just reads
jargon
like
sci-fi.
nonsense.
Jargon sci-fi. Yeah.
Yeah, jargon it makes no fucking sense at all. And it's nonstop. And I got this feeling of like the gameplay is fairly solid, but it's not nearly solid enough to make me put up with this like awful story.
Yeah, so Inti Creates back in at least Gunvolt 1, it felt like they wanted to do their own Mega Man Zero series thing, but they also wanted to really distinguish it and make it so that it's not just a bunch of bosses on a Wily Select screen.
That is literally exactly what I want.
Everyone has a ton of like anime lore and detail to this world that's living full of right. All of that I could look past if the game itself was more fun, but then in the end, the main thing I criticized was Gunvolt's gameplay itself. The main character is passive and unfun.
The girls' gameplay is like fairly good, but I got to like the 10-minute mark and I just started skipping through cutscenes and got mad that I couldn't skip through the dialogue fast enough, which was not a super great sign. So yeah, I was like, oh, no, man, no, that was a pass for me.
I don't know. I'm just thinking like, for some reason, the feel of things, like tagging a bunch of enemies and then doing a big shock to hit them all, just feels like shit to me. It just makes it just completely unfun.
Really? Because then you'd hate that shit, because that's like the core gameplay.
No, I know. I did hate it. I back on Friendcast, I ranted about how much unfun I had playing Gunvolt.
Oh, well, that's the core gameplay.
Yeah. Tagging and
tagging
zapping.
Enemies and then doing a big hit.
Hate it. Completely unfun compared to shooting things and fighting them. But I'm super down with that in like missile Bangai-O kind of form, tagging things with missile and shooting them with a big Atano Circus and doing stuff like that. Like it feels a bit better because sometimes you're engaging, sometimes you're not. But Gunvolt, it was just tag and zap, and I was like, every room sucks. This whole thing sucks.
Yeah, this is tag and slash.
Now the music's playing. She's singing.
Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't do it for me. I played a game called The Drifter.
Okay.
Which is a one of the only point and click games I have ever played that I really, 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 really liked. It is about a homeless guy going back to town to get to his mom's funeral. It has a super amazing pixel art style. It also has full voice acting for literally everything. Everything you examine, everything you use, every person you talk to has full voice acting and full narration, which, man, makes a big fucking difference. It controls well with a controller. You hit the right analog stick, and a little radio wheel shows up of all the things of interest in your environment and all the symbols on them. And then you hit right trigger, and you just walk over and do them.
I love this kind of pixel art.
Yeah, it's great.
Oh, yeah.
It's the voice acting is not just very charming and also very well spoken. It is also Australian, which makes it very different.
The Drifter. Okay, very, very old indie point and click. What's the fucking whatever LucasArts point and click games?
Monkey Island kind of thing.
Laura Bow.
Cool.
Police Quest.
Has like straightforward logical progression. It has a cool like little selector for when you go to talk people. The subjects are just pictures at the bottom, little animated pictures of what you would talk about. Very interesting premise.
Gorgeous.
Somebody in town's killing a bunch of homeless people, and your character, for whatever reason, is able to die and then redo events like live, die, repeat, or something like that.
Okay.
Super cool, super impressive, super charming, gorgeous, cheap, well acted. Can't say enough good things. There is a list of backlog games on this list that I am like quietly putting away for later.
Mm-hmm.
And this is definitely one of them.
Old Sierra point and clicks. That's the take, man.
Only a couple left to go. I played Voin, VOIN.
Is that a sound effect?
Yeah, maybe. It's an early access game where you do first-person melee combat. It has really, really, really good first-person melee combat. And it has a stage selector where you would go to like little Skyrim areas and do little open world things with really, really good melee combat. It is also extremely not finished.
Fucking tiny build. That fucking logo every time.
It is extremely not finished. But it's got a really, really, really good parry and really good melee feel.
Early access, $26.
Yeah.
All right.
I played Gotham Knights.
The other one.
The other one.
Yeah.
The one that's not actually an Arkham game at all.
Yeah.
It's the one where you play as Batgirl or Nightwing or the shittiest looking Robin design you've ever seen, or Red Hood.
Mm-hmm.
And it runs really well. So the opening cutscene is a mess. And normally I wouldn't point that out, but the opening cutscene is Batman saying, I'm dead. Right? Like I'm a dead Batman. You guys got to pick up the mantle. And then you are watching, I'm looking right now. So this is 59 minutes. How long is this cutscene? We're up to 13 minutes here.
Damn.
We are up to
the Bat embargo lives.
So it starts at 59 minutes, and you get control of your character at the 1 minute 16. It's 1 hour 16. So it's 17 minutes from hitting start to gaining control.
Walk and talks or just nothing?
Full cutscene. And it's this cutscene of Batman fighting Ra's al Ghul and losing. But the cutscene starts with, if you're seeing this, I'm dead, and then cuts to like a 13-minute scene of him fighting Ra's, and then a 1 minute scene of his funeral, and then a couple minutes of the 4 Bat kids talking around his grave.
Wow.
I needed
45 minutes is what you give these games, right?
I give them whatever now. There's no timer anymore. I give them fucking whatever. So some of them get fucking 40 seconds and others get 2.5 hours.
Oh my god.
So at the 17-minute mark, I got to play, and I picked Red Hood because I'm like, well, this is clearly going to be the stupidest, worst character. So I want to see what they got going on here.
Gunman.
Yeah. So he's using rubber bullets.
I swear.
That's what Red Hood. No, they are.
No, they're rubber bullets. I swear. That's the.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, no. Okay. Well, he's using
that's the line
clean, friendly bullets.
Yeah.
And the gameplay, he feels really bad and sticky and heavy, and the gameplay is like way worse than any of the Arkham games because it's not made by any of the same people, but it's pretending like it is. And I played this game, so this is 59 minutes. I played it for half an hour. And it took half an hour to get to like the first punch and kick fight, which sucked. And I was then later informed that the reason why I had such a bad time is that Red Hood is the worst playing of them all.
Ah, you just picked that.
Because
okay.
the tutorials don't let you do the third person shooting that is most of his gameplay.
I see.
With
he's not doing Arkham's gameplay with guns?
No, it's knockoff Arkham gameplay. So there's attack and heavy attack, and then triangle is your ranged attack. And every time you kill an enemy, I'm going to take a screenshot here. I'm going to take a screenshot of my own stream and send it to you because it really sums up like everything going on. So every time you kill an enemy, you get a big fat like XP bar on the side of the screen. And damage numbers are coming off of everybody because the game also has like a gear treadmill.
We're getting demolished
because it's an online co-op multiplayer game.
Okay, yeah. It's not the bat.
So it's schlock. Also, it's one of the only games that was never discounted on this entire list. So it was like $79.99 fucking Canadian. And the game like you can get Arkham Knight right now for $29.99. And you should.
Didn't we cover it on this for some reason?
Yeah, because it was a massive bomb.
Right, okay, right.
Because it was a massive fucking bomb.
Right. Did you know that during the Nolan Dark Knight trilogy there was a bat embargo? There was a whole bunch of Batman media that was not allowed to have Batman in it. So they had to use other villains and characters, and there's a whole like thing you can go look up where they were.
I did not know that.
From on high, the DC decree was no Batman. Build up all the others.
Okay.
It was.
So yeah, that game sucks.
Yeah.
And then I played a game called Metal Garden, which I think would appeal to you more than it would appeal to me. Metal Garden takes place, it's very gray. It's like outrageously gray. It takes place inside an infinite superstructure. Like there's a show or a manga you told me about. Blame. Yeah, it takes place inside that.
Love it.
Like just an infinite superstructure that everyone can't figure out how to get out of. And it has one of the strangest aesthetics because it feels extraordinarily like a Source game mod, specifically a Half-Life 2 Source engine mod. The way it moves, the way it looks, the way it shoots, the way the sound effects work, the way that when you go to a different level, it gives you like a little loading prompt, like in the same kind of text. The menus all look like circa 2008 Half-Life 2 Source, kind of gray box, very simple. It's an Unreal Engine 5 game. That's pretending to be a Source game. Which is super fucking weird.
Looks very slow, looks very environmental. Yeah. What's good about it?
It has a bunch of shooting in it. It also has a really strange health bar where you have a health bar, and when it depletes and gets to 0, which happens all the time because it's quite difficult, instead of losing your health and dying, you gain an injury. And the injury is can't sprint or can't aim down sights or can't hip fire. And you need to heal your requisite body parts. So your health bar is actually enormous, but every time you lose like 1 pip, you end up taking an injury. It's just a really cool aesthetic and a really cool setting. It's not very long.
You seem to be
I think
shooting.
I got about halfway through.
You're shooting Bloodborns.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's cool. There's also some very obvious Demon Souls inspiration. Like there's these cat guys that use like the executioner axe from Demon Souls and run at you. It's cool. It's not set the world on fire, but I thought it was cool. I played Nobody Wants to Die, which You probably remember a trailer for it. It was a guy sitting in a bar and the bar explodes, and then he rewinds time to find out who planted the bomb in the bar.
Was this at a Keeley show or something?
Yeah, it was at one. Okay, you might not have seen it. So Nobody Wants to Die takes place in like 2600 New York, in the cyberpunk hellscape in which nobody dies and everybody lives forever, and everybody just swaps into new bodies.
Okay.
And you are a washed up film noir detective who has to go solve a real murder in which someone was actually killed for realsies. And it's got a bunch of film noir trappings and a lot of interesting cutscenes, and the guy's going through like body rejection, hallucinations. And you're getting to a crime scene and walking and talking with your partner over the radio as you use your crime scene detection tools to fast forward and rewind time at the crime scene, and use like an X-ray machine to look through clues or follow blood trails and stuff like that. Very story heavy, like very on rails. It feels like a game made entirely out of the crime scene investigation parts from the Condemned series.
Okay.
But with like a film noir thing. Really cool.
I was thinking of the crime scene investigation in Remember Me.
Oh, I don't think I got that far.
Okay. It had scenes like this where you played with time forward and backward to recreate the scene.
It's got like a really cool little detail that like really set up just how interesting it was for me, where you have to get your badge in the mail because you were discharged, and your badge number is 984. And then because you're discharged, because you're probably suffering from like body rejection fatigue, your partner has to call in their badge for you to get the evidence. And it's badge number 116,600 something, because your character's 154 years old.
Okay.
It's a very interesting premise. And it's very like it's this nice like film noir cyberpunk thing where it's always raining and it's always nighttime because you're underground in a mega structure, and the sky is just more structure and it's just always leaking.
Cool. Very Blade Runner-ish. Very
much so. Then the last game I played was yesterday, and it's called Pipistrello and the Cursed Yo-Yo. We have talked a lot about fake PS2 games and fake GBA games. This is the realest fake Game Boy Advance game that has ever existed.
I can't believe I spelt that right on the first try.
I know, right? I know. You play as a little bat guy who has a yo-yo that basically plays like the vampire killer from Castlevania, as you are going through a top-down Game Boy Advance aesthetic little world. Doing a bunch of really excellent Game Boy Advance style combat and puzzling and all that stuff. Super charming, great music.
It's new.
Feels like Minish Cap.
Yeah, okay.
Like a really, really excellent Minish Cap. But of special note is that when you go into the game, you can choose how large the screen wants to be. Do you like for pixel scaling?
Mm-hmm.
And you can also choose, do you want to play it on a fake Game Boy Advance or a fake Game Boy Advance SP? And do you want the LCD marker to be on?
Mm-hmm.
And do you want the glass to be on? And so I played it with the LCD screen and the glass on, and you can tell that the human being playing the fake Game Boy Advance is in a soccer field from the reflection.
Okay,
and that there are scratches on the glass.
See, the funny part about this type of part of things, I was pretending that most of us did not just play these games via emulation years later. Like
doesn't matter.
You bought a handful of Game Boy games, and you emulated the fuck out of like 80% of them, and you got to play them with full color.
I'll send you a screenshot of like what it actually looks like with the fake Game Boy Advance with the scratches and the glass. It looks fucking perfect.
Wow.
It looks like a screen, like looks like a photo on your phone of somebody playing a Game Boy Advance game.
Nice. And then it cuts to like fully animated FMVs every once in a while in this trailer. So
yeah. Super cool game. Plays really good, sounds really good, has all this cool visual gimmickry, has a cute little Zelda style open world. It feels like a Game Boy Advance game that could have been, aside from the fact that the visual fidelity on the animation and some of the sound and music is way too high.
Okay.
Like it has that Shovel Knight thing where every now and then you're like, there's no
They could
fucking
not
way.
have done
There's-
this. Fuck off. Yeah. 1,000,000%.
But that's it. That's everything. I will continue with this tomorrow and then might take a little break. Also tonight, Tuesday, the 6th of January, Paige and I are going to be watching Fallout at 11 p.m. once again. Come down to Pat Stares At on YouTube and Twitch for that. Also on Thursday, Bricky wants to know how to play 2XKO.
Oh shit.
So I will be doing a beginner's little baby stream with Bricky on how to do
Get him in there.
2XKO stuff on Thursday around 3:00.
Okay. You gonna duo, or you gonna show him the ropes from ground up?
You know what? I'm gonna talk to him and see what the fuck he actually wants. Probably going to a private room and show him like some basics.
Mm-hmm. So, 2XKO got, I mentioned it a couple episodes ago, but they got Gerald from Core A to make a video for them on their YouTube channel that is like fighting game beginning basics.
Oh, good. I'll tell Bricky to watch that beforehand. Also, I'm telling Bricky to do the tutorials before you even
Sure.
the basics.
But like, that's a thing that, like, you know, there are some FGC content creators that are finding fault in here and there, but for the most part, it just introduces like from the ground up the concept of like, what the fuck are these things? And
I think there's like a weird like tyranny of expertise that happens with stuff like this, where like a beginner's guide will come out, or like I did a beginner's guide for like controller players in FF14, and like I'm pretty happy with it, and I think it was like really good, and like, but the comments just fill in with like nitpicking about minor mistakes, which makes it look like when you go to the video that, oh, maybe this isn't a good enough tutorial. No, it's for beginners. It's for beginners.
So,
like, that's fine.
Yeah, there's a whole long conversation here, and I can understand where the people are coming from on it, but to not, fully dive in, essentially the video's recommendation is it teaches you about like blocking and about like what defense in a way, where a lot of the time when you're a beginner, you don't think about that stuff. You just think about your turn, because that's what most video games kind of are, and so that is something where for some people, FGC like creators and everything, they'll look at it and go, yeah, but people don't want to pay full price to block. I didn't pay $60 to block, right? So for some people, you're going to bring up this crucial piece of advice that'll help them understand and turn the noise into something that makes sense, but you're asking them to do something that is unfun that they might not want to do right away. Yeah. Whereas for others, they're like, oh, thank you for explaining that. Now that I know that, I can begin to understand what I'm looking at, It just, and there's different types of players where someone is like, I just want to hit buttons. I don't care about this bullshit. Where's the fun at? And other people are like, how do I start to make sense of this cool shit I see people doing? Mm-hmm. Two different types of gamers,
Yeah, like I'm sure that any tutorial video, like Gerald does like good shit.
Very much so, yeah.
Like exemplary good shit. But there's always something you can nitpick. And it's like, well, yeah, but like I can't stand like, so you'll say like basic thing. Oh, so hey, so usually when you block, you go up or down. And then here comes like, well, that's not true. That's not true. Sometimes you have to block the other direction. It's like, well, we're not talking about cross-ups right now, man. We're talking about the basics of the basics for babies.
Yeah.
For little babies.
No, I mean, like, I feel like people are going to be arguing about like a couple of Leon Massey videos for the rest of our lives, on the or videos where it's like buff up, don't nerf down,
Yeah, but that's not like a hard and fast rule, man. Mm-hmm. You can't just buff up forever. Even I don't think that. And I love buffing up rather than nerfing down.
Cool. Okay, I'm curious to see how he goes in.
Well, he has played Street Fighter 6. So
Yeah,
he's not like a little baby.
but there, whatchamacallit, Slam. He did the Slam, right?
He did the Street Fighter Slam. He did not do the 2XKO Slam.
Okay, yeah. Was that
So like he has a leverless,
that was the Magfest
which is not
thing.
what I expected him to tell me.
A lot of people do now, man.
Yeah.
It's become it's really easy to put one in your bag or pocket and walk around with it, and just that leads to a lot of people going, yeah, I played keyboard enough in my life to be okay with something similar to a keyboard. Fuck it.
Yeah, and so like I asked him like, what kind of characters you like to play? He's like, I like to play Chun-Li because she has war crime normals. I'm like, okay, that is actually a really, really important detail that will help me a lot. That will help me a lot. So I was like, okay, so who should I recommend?
One Darius main coming up.
If he likes simple characters with war crime normals, I will recommend the team of Darius and Warwick to him.
One Darius main coming right up.
It's like, do you like to hit medium punch at any range and win? Here you go. Grab Darius, grab Warwick.
Amazing. Okay. Yeah, that works. Hey, based on your little backlog discussion, I'm buying maybe 8 or 9 games right now.
So I have a Google Doc that I will send to you. The Google Doc is otherwise a secret because it would spoil all the other games on the list. So I will send the Google Doc to you,
7.
and then you can ask me about anything that's in the must-buy category, and I'll just let you know.
Cool.
Some of these, like, because I feel like I need another category that's above must-buy, that's like, no, for real,
now.
Yeah, because like the must-buy ones are like, wow, this is great, and some of those are like, wow, I'm gonna play this on the channel as soon as this gimmick sequence is over, because it's crazy.
I'm willing to anything that looks kind of cool. I'm willing to buy just to support the thing, in a lot of cases. But my internal little system, besides the Steam folders or whatever, is I'll do a remote install on anything that I'm like, no, right now.
Yeah.
If I see it grayed out, it's like,
what?
yeah, maybe I can give it a second.
That guy there in the chat has a great name for a 4th category, which is required reading.
Sure.
That's great. I like that.
Okay.
I still think Ain't It Cool News' movie reviews had the absolute best rating for anything I've ever seen in my life. For their movies, it was full price matinee pass.
Right. That's what it was.
Or like home video. And it's like, for movies, that is just a perfect scale.
I remember talking back in the day, Liam and I were talking about like reviewing things, and like a system that we came up with was one where you use one word that's not a number, but it's just a word to describe the experience.
Okay.
Memorable.
Somebody in the chat reminded me of ACG, which is Angry Centaur Gaming, which is definitely a name he came up with long before he became a super popular channel. But he has full price deep discount pass as his thing, which is the same basic idea, and it works really well.
I love finding different reasons to use things like that. Yeah, I think I might have described at some point the I want my character action game where your difficulty scales up from casual to business to formal, then black tie at the highest level of difficulty.
Oh, that's cute. I like that.
Yeah. All right. Let's get into the stories of the week. There are.
And they hacked Siege 3 more times.
There's a couple.
That's like, I don't have any follow up on that, other than like literally since last week they hacked Siege multiple times. I think it's been fucked up like almost every single day.
Damn. Okay. Well, there's a lot of hacking going on these days. In fact, it's a big week for hacking. So Siege got hacked to shit. And everybody got paid on that one. And then as of this week, brand new 2026, PS5 has basically been jailbroken.
Sick. Again?
So if it happened before, I didn't hear. But
I can't even keep track. So is that on current firmware or old firmware?
This is old firmware, but it's unupdatable and unavoidable
Darn.
with a patch, I believe is what the deal
My
is.
firmware's up to date right now.
So it's an unpatchable situation. The secret and the key to this whole setup is if you can track down a copy of the port of fucking Lego, no, Star Wars Racer Revenge.
Get out.
So
Like a physical copy?
the PS4 physical copy of Star Wars Racer Revenge. If you can get that, there's a bug in the physical that you specifically can use to exploit and start sideloading in your own firmware and your own code.
But Wooly, that's a rare game.
Well, it was selling for $50 or so as of 2-3 days ago, and as of this morning, it's now $500 used.
Nice.
It's a limited run game, so there's less than 10,000 copies. But the thought is, from this, people will surely be able to, set up a thing that you can load in from different ways or whatever. It's a key, and then people are going to develop around it. But what a psycho, insane, goofy ass way.
It's always that way. It's always that way.
Some bug on some obscure game somewhere that just got shipped, and the compliance didn't do their job. And you know what? To be fair, the compliance department fucked up and missed a bug there, but Sony also missed it and let the game ship, right? There's a run that they're supposed to do to stop these things, and if they don't see it either, what the fuck then, right? So yeah, this is a weird new exploit, and from this, if you can load in your own firmware, you can do anything, right? Once the moment you can get a jailbroken thing, like people were showing off, like trying to run some of the Bloodborne PC emulation shaders, and already, like, first order of business, can we make Bloodborne run better?
Maybe.
Second, everything else. But yeah, so this is new, and I guess it's updating as we go. We'll find out more. But if you've got yourself a copy of Star Wars Racer Revenge for the PS4 physically, you're holding gold. So hold on to that shit.
That's just silly.
Yeah, so that happened. But that's not the only hacking news. There's more hacking news. Did you hear about the Pink Ranger getting on board and deleting a bunch of racist websites live on stage?
I did not. What? What does that mean?
A German hacker known as Martha Root, I'm going to send you a link over here, went on stage at a conference and dressed up as the Pink Power Ranger, and
that's awesome.
And got access to 3 websites called White Date, White Child, and White Deal, which are exactly what they sound like. Therefore,
tell me she got like, tell me because there's a funny thing here, right? That they got deleted, but the way funnier thing would be like a list of names.
Absolutely grabbed a list of names.
Oh, that's so funny. Oh,
got
wrong to steal
very not
information.
Good. No.
Still funny though.
Doxing is bad.
I think even if nothing ever happens with those names, them having it, it's really funny. Even if nothing ever occurs, I think the fact that it's no longer in their control is really funny.
So yeah, White Date, White Child, and White Deal, for your dating, sperm donation, and business dealings, because if you want to keep it exclusive, if you want to keep it, whatever. Anyway, so the Pink Power Ranger got on stage, and kind of like the bit I talk about where we're dragging the files of Trico straight to the recycling bin and emptying them live on stage. She ran the script, and you just saw all of the sites get deleted and the servers get wiped and everything off of them while giving the speech or whatever about it, which is some crazy shit. That's just kind of nuts. So Shout outs Kimberly, and your pterodactyl. That's kind of nuts. That's kind of wild. That's how we're moving in 2026. Oh fuck. Couldn't even be the, and it's Mighty Morphin too. It's like, can we get to Space Ranger outfits or what?
I can't. Oh, I'm just like, these websites exist because people are just so sick of going out on a date and busting out like replacement theory, and their date looks at them like, and they're like, damn it, I've wasted my whole night.
Or or just like your race realism statistics have been refuted by someone wearing an Abare killer uniform. Like, fucking bye. Anyways,
I'm wasting so much time. I really need to just drill down and find like-minded individuals who no one will challenge anything that we have to say to each other even once.
Yeah. I remember getting an update the other day about, do you remember long ago Prussian Blue? Remember that?
Yes, I do.
That's the two girls that were raised to be the super white supremacist
they love it.
Singers.
They loved it.
And their parents just queued them up for this crazy shit. So yeah, they grew up and went, this is fucking batshit, and like got the fuck away from their parents, and it was so, like, oh nice, happy ending there.
One, good for them. Two, felt bad for them at the time because it was clear that there was like parental brainwashing.
Nothing you can do
going on.
Nothing you can do.
Like, what chance do you have, right?
Very slim, which is why the fact that they got out of there is like, really impressive. Fuck, that's crazy. I did not expect that update. Good on you. That's cool. Yeah. So there you go. All right. Beyond that, if you want to set your calendar to January 12th, very important.
That's like next week, man.
That is, the next Monday is the final day you will be able to play Anthem.
That's fine.
They're shutting down the Anthem servers on the 12th of January. This is very important news.
Fine.
No. You don't understand.
I do understand. I do.
No, but it's going away for real, though. And there's no offline servers, and there's no way to salvage anything. And if you spent your money and you got the full price game in 2019, this is goodbye forever.
Wooly, I hate that you've put me into this position. I think it's crazy. It's way above and beyond that game was still on. I think
Man.
It's absolutely nuts,
man,
that shit is turning off this week instead of like 4 years ago.
If somebody bought that game and they wanted to get 6 years of Iron Man suit flying going, then power to them is what I say. And furthermore, I look forward to the fan-hacked servers to force this game back online.
I don't think so. So, like, I know we talked at length about Anthem, but that was so long ago. That was 7 years ago. And I remember one of the discussions that we had around Anthem, around Concord, around all these things, is that your live service game came out and it bombed super hard. It bombed crazy hard. It's nuts how hard it bombed.
Mm-hmm.
If you kill it within 2 years and don't refund everybody, you have killed your chance at ever making one of these ever again.
Yeah, and no one trusts
no matter how bad it is, and no matter how bad it bombs, right? So Concord gave out those refunds so that people would know that if they bought another Sony game that bombed crazy hard,
they're not going to steal your money. Yeah.
They weren't going to get fucked on. And this is the same way. 7 years?
Yeah.
You know what? Them dragging that fucking dead-ass corpse piece of shit 7 years in the future
keeps the goodwill.
I guess they'll support stuff for a while.
Keeps the goodwill. The asterisk is if it's attached to an IP that people love.
Oh, then it's dead. It's dead and you're not getting shit.
Then fuck you. No way. No way, no how. This is never happening. But yeah, an original brand new thing. They kept the corpse going. They kept it going. There's something to that, you know? But in a world where we just described that Teppen is about to make an offline mode, just fucking what? You're gonna
It's
lose?
not-
You're gonna lose money from the fucking offline Anthem audience? EA. Anyway,
You know what's a really good example of this in reverse?
mm-hmm.
So Square Enix put out a like a survey, like, hey, what do you think of our games and whatever. And then in that survey, it says, hey, what Square Enix games do you currently play on mobile? And it's like a multiple choice bar.
Yep.
But the only one that hasn't shut down now is Ever Crisis.
Wow.
Because every single Square Enix MOBA game has been killed.
Because you see, like, it's that business practice of like, even if we will never touch this again, the possibility that we might be able to, or at some point, is worth denying everyone the ability to continue to play it, even if they've spent their money on it. Because we need to own not just the rights, but the rights to offer this again in the future. And to deny everybody right now.
Like,
yeah.
Man,
yeah.
Like Square Enix just kills every single mobile game as soon as it starts to dip, and it's crazy. I can't, like, there's no hope for those games living on in the future. Even games that you would think would have enough stuff going on that they could be remade into real games, like like Opera Omnia and stuff like that.
Well, because like you talked about like Delta, for example, or like, you know, Risk of Rain, and then Rido today, and these are all examples of games that like were loved, and then you make a remake, and then like, you know, sometimes you hit, sometimes you don't. But the main reason why we want stuff to get ported forward, or to at the very least regularly, is so that you have it on a platform available for everyone, for new audiences who are playing their games for the first time on PS5 or whatever, or to have it on Steam so that it's like in a place where you can play it currently. You just want to be able to go, have it on a current thing. I'm watching as 10 or less than that years from now, remakes are not just about that option of that instead of going back to the old thing you had, but it's like, no, the old thing is deleted from existence, and the remake is literally the only way to play the thing. You know,
I talk.
You don't get to choose.
I talk about this with Paige all the time, and I know I've talked about it to you on this podcast, and I know I talk about it on my stream. So it's like I'm going over a lot of things, but it's like, man, how the fuck are you supposed to grow like the audience for Final Fantasy when there's one Final Fantasy game every fucking 5.5 years, and some of them bomb? Like, hey, how about you remember the 90s when like every single fucking 13 months be a new Final Fantasy game that was numbered, and then there were spin-off here, what, there, what, and now we're in the thing about like, okay, hey, do you want to play this? Well, it's dead. Oh, that one's dead. Oh, that one's dead. Oh, this one. What about this one? Hey, do you want to play Kingdom Hearts Missing Link? A game that has story content for the Kingdom Hearts? No, it's dead. It's gone. Maybe you can watch the cutscenes on YouTube if they haven't gotten copyright struck by now.
So
fucking ridiculous.
Sitting here waiting on Front Mission 3 remake to only hear about all the shit that sucks about it, and then now it's like, okay, well go load up
PlayStation 1 game.
Just go load up the fucking disc. You know, go load up the ROM. You know, like that's where we're at. But
that might be the dumbest I've ever felt waiting for anything in my life. Waiting like 4 or 5 years to play Front Mission 3 again,
and it's like,
and then the remake comes out and it sucks.
And then and you just get this future environment where it's like, no, and you have no choice, you have no way to go back. You know, like that's gone forever. God, I
felt so stupid.
I want to find out how bad, because I bought the first one on Switch, and I started checking it out, but like I just.
Sorry, I meant Kingdom Heart UX. My mistake. I get confused.
No,
that's the dead one.
Yeah, I still want to find out how bad and what's going on with it, because there's even that thing where you're like, could you make it so that you can switch back to the original at any point, or no? All right, well,
no.
Okay. Beyond that, I mean, look, there's nothing else. Just let this one wash off. You know, let it roll over you. Microsoft CEO says people need to stop calling AI slop.
Yeah,
we need to get beyond the arguments of slop versus sophistication.
My balls? How about that? You need to stop not sucking my balls, you old piece of shit.
My suggestion is that you slop on the balls. Actually, you see,
yeah?
The fun part about that word is that it can be used as an adjective, a noun, and a verb. It's quite useful.
Everyone who ever says people all need to stop doing needs to shut the fuck up. And that's my opinion, is that they need to stop opening their mouth and having noise come out.
So get used to it, he says.
Yeah, this is a really incredible break. Like, this is such a little microcosm of how nuts everyone who works at Microsoft is, that they thought that the reaction to this type of statement would be anything other than people doing it more and getting angrier.
People still work at Microsoft?
Yes. Only the C-suite.
Oh, yeah. Right. Okay, yes. That room. The one room. Mm-hmm. The human room.
Yes, the human room. Ironically enough, contains no humans, only demons. Hey, listen. Right. Hey, Wooly. Mm-hmm. It's about the tribe, man.
The campus.
It's about the tribe on the campus, man.
All right. I didn't really look much up into this one, so I don't know what the deal is, but I did see a headline that said that the Stranger Things finale was inspired by Baldur's Gate 3.
What does that even mean?
I'm going to guess it has to do with fighting eldritch beings.
I guess.
But this is a classic.
I've been seeing some like back and forth about whether or not the finale was good.
Everything I've seen is negative. I think.
Yeah, me too.
I've only seen people hating it.
The only people that I've seen say it was good is when I put out a tweet that was like, "Wow, add Stranger Things to the list of things that I'm glad I never got into because it ended poorly." I got a lot of blowback going, "Stranger Things has been good this whole time. You don't know what you're talking about." And that list I put out was huge. There's a lot of shit I'm glad I didn't get into.
I think it started strong. I think it
did. That first season was great.
I just tapped out immediately after season 2. It lost all momentum quicker than I thought.
So, do you remember there was a lawsuit alleging that they stole somebody else's ideas for the first 2 seasons?
No. Was that a thing?
There was. Huh. There was a lawsuit. And that lawsuit got settled or withdrawn and didn't go anywhere. But then apparently after season 2 the show got really bad, and now I'm like,
that's my god damn it.
So yeah, the list was Stranger Things, Game of Thrones, Lost, Dexter, House of Cards, How I Met Your Mother, Sherlock, Westworld, Heroes, and Doctor Who. Like, man, I'm glad I didn't get into any of that shit.
Okay, so I stopped Doctor Who before it got bad, but that's just sheer coincidence.
You never watched a single episode?
hey, Eccleston was cool, and I enjoyed the beginning of Tenet, and that's where I stopped. So, I watched some Eccleston, I watched some Tenet, and then I watched some fucking Torchwood.
And like at the end of that, I'm like, also I would like to time travel and stop myself so I can add Battlestar Galactica to this list as a thing I didn't get into. Bro, so I've brought the word up, and
I don't believe you. You have spent too much time in your life has been spent convincing me about how good that show is for you to look at it as a net negative now.
And then I finished it, and then do you remember I finished the show and then immediately went, yeah, don't watch it. Do you remember that?
I think
I have never seen anyone defend that ending in my life. I've seen people cope shit away like you wouldn't believe, and I have never seen anyone go like, actually, the Battlestar Galactica ending, really good. You just didn't understand. Not a single person. That shit is ass.
So I can stand on Game of Thrones and tell you can actually start and just stop it when certain characters die.
Yeah, just
you can straight up watch until.
Can I add Walking Dead to this list? I'm gonna add Walking Dead to that list too.
Oh my god, yeah.
Coral.
Things. Coral. Things.
Dude, it's the worst American accent I've ever seen in my life. It's fucking crazy. It's not
stuff.
And they fired Frank Darabont off the fucking show. Holy shit! I was right to stop.
I mean,
once that little girl walked out of the barn after fucking 3 years, I'm like, I'm done with this shit.
You make your money. You make your money. I again tapped out season 2. Tapped out or nice and early. You know, on some of those.
Oh, man.
I will still recommend seasons 1 to 4 of Game of Thrones. 5 if you're feeling fancy. And I will recommend Westworld season 1 as a single bookended
as
perfect
a single
thing.
Contained thing.
Just watch Westworld season 1 and like
season 1. Wow, what a great ending.
And it doesn't even cliffhang in a way where you need to care.
Fine. You could just end. It could just end right there.
You can assume that what you're looking at is resolved by what you see and leave it alone. It's perfect. It's absolutely perfect. God damn. Ugh. Anyway, all right. Let's take a couple letters.
Hey, if you want to send in a letter, send it to castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com. If you want to tell me how silly I am for not enjoying Doctor Who, you can take that letter and just shove it up your ass.
Listen, I'll tell you one thing. You can hate the show all you want.
I sure can, Wooly. I sure can.
That intro theme is fire.
Hey, hey, Wooly, can I throw another one on the Doctor Who pile? I'm just gonna go for it.
Yeah.
Every person that's tried to get me to watch Doctor Who is somebody that I was like, I never want to talk to you again in my entire life.
There's not a single thing about Doctor Who that I could ever imagine you enjoying. Like it is the opposite of what you like about sci-fi. There's not a single thing I could ever see. It's just,
you know what?
I
would rather watch Supernatural today than fucking Doctor Who.
The sincerity overrides the science fiction, you know?
Yeah. There's only one thing I've ever heard about Doctor Who that I actually really liked, and that was the idea of a male hero that does not use violence to solve their problems.
That's true. That's true.
And I went, that's actually a really, really good idea.
But it's
shame about all the timey-wimey sonic screwdriver fucking.
But it's because you have a device that can do anything. You have a literal god device that can do anything. Therefore, it solves all the problems. And also, how much you want to learn about Cardiff.
I don't know, man.
Because you're about to learn a little bit more
about
about
what really sucks?
Cardiff
I like
than you
all
thought.
The actors that have been Doctor Who's.
Mm-hmm.
Like I like David Tennant and Capaldi and
Eccleston rules, dude. He's great.
I don't know which one that is, but the other
leather
guy,
jacket, shaved head.
I'm talking about the guy. He's British, obviously. He's the guy who was in the Morbius.
Matt.
He did the dance.
Matt something.
Matt, yeah.
Sure.
Those guys are great. I like seeing them in everything else.
Mm-hmm. Matt Smith.
No, man, what a player one name.
Eccleston, the first of the new Doctors, is basically like
the bald guy who's really mad.
It's the Casino Royale style James Bond reboot. You know, it's that. Yeah, he's upset. Anyways, leather jackets though. And then the Daleks.
If Doctor Who has no more haters, it means I have died.
You are an enemy of the Dalek.
Dude, you know what the worst part is? Like, and I will even admit that I have been like uncharacteristically biased against Doctor Who, and it's because of the TikTok algorithm. Because I will like stop and read like sci-fi stories off of Reddit and stuff like that in the TikTok algorithm.
Okay.
And then every time I make that mistake, it goes, I guess you would like Doctor Who, and Doctor Who clips come up, and I go, what is this embarrassing ass shit? And like, I'll watch the whole clip and I'll be like, this is fucking stupid garbage. Oh my God.
I assumed.
But no, it's not the whole episode. It's different.
I assumed it was because you just hated the idea of Whovians, you know?
No, I hate that. I hate that a lot.
Okay. Yeah. So, because that's
so when I see something British, there are only two tones that I find acceptable to the human spirit. One of which is Monty Python level buffoonery.
Yep.
Like full blown.
Yep.
Like nonsense, as they would say. And then the second one is self-deprecating misery. So like the IT crowd or like the original Office, where it's like being British sucks. Isn't that funny?
Yeah. Okay. Okay. You're full on strange woman lying in pawns distributing swords is no basis for a system of government.
Yeah, like basically Matt Berry
Okay.
is what I want to see out of England.
Okay.
Kind of period, like kind of.
There's something to be said for your whatchamacallit? What's his fucking I'm just gonna call him Stringer Bell, but you know what I'm talking about.
Okay, yeah.
Stringer Bell, but the other one.
That's offensive.
No, Idris's other character.
His other character?
God damn it.
Luther.
There's something about the Luther approach to things.
Well, I just like Idris Elba, so I'll watch.
Yeah, you know. Or
there's only one thing. Like, I actually legitimately needed subtitles for the episodes of Luther that I watched because Idris Elba's like natural accent. Man, that's tough. That's North.
Yeah, and Sherlock. You know, I enjoyed me some Sherlock. That was
bro.
I like some Sherlock.
Sherlock might be the shittiest garbage that I ever had glazed up to me I've ever fucking seen.
I had fun with Sherlock.
I got halfway through the second episode and was like, wow, this shit is garbage. Only to be told, well, no, it gets better. And I go, well, how many episodes are there? There are 3?
That's a season. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yep. You see, his collar was wet because he flipped it up because that's what you do when it rains when you're coming from Downton Street. When you see
so bad, people are holding out hope for a secret 4th episode. Oh my God.
And then Moriarty, you know, and then the relationship that they have and the obsession.
Oh fucking whatever. Holy shit.
British TV. I appreciate the short episodes, I'll tell you what. Telling me to catch up on something and saying I've got 4 episodes to do is extremely doable. I love that. That's great.
It really is a pretty wild difference between American and British television, isn't it?
Yeah, and
every American TV show is just run into the ground on season 8, and every British TV show is like 4 episodes.
Yeah, like, and that's the thing is, like, I remember someone like that was recommending all this was like just I got on a British show kick for a while, so I watched that, and then I watched Misfits. You know,
took an afternoon.
Yeah, took 2 seconds to get through it, and then also you're like, oh, Ramsey Bolton. When you see him, you're like, oh, that's the Misfits kid, right? Oh, look at that. You know, so you gotta feel for it. Anyway. Let's see.
Can you believe they make their kids talk like that? British people.
I mean, I will say this. If you're putting all the weight on Monty Python, like, that is a load-bearing franchise that's powerful. That is very quite strong. Also, do you know what else you know what's fucked up? Okay. You know Mr. Bean?
Yeah.
Classic.
I who is not familiar with Mr. Bean? I guess the kids now.
Okay.
The kids don't know Mr. Bean.
So Mr. Bean, classic. Fucking
yeah, absolutely.
Was obsessed with that as a kid.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know how many episodes there are of Mr. Bean?
Like 10.
15.
Yeah.
Ever. In total.
That's why it was so crazy he got a movie.
I feel like there must have been like 12 seasons of this show.
Nope. What happened is that you never caught a full episode. So you always thought you were seeing different parts of different episodes, but actually you were just seeing full episodes split up amongst like 80 different watches.
Forever. It's crazy. There's only 1 season of 15 episodes that Rowan Atkinson was doing, and then there's the cartoon that kept going forever after. But like, any live action Mr. Bean is just like one thing. That's nuts to me because it was on for so long. Anyway, all right. Let's see over here. Here's one from Dull says, "Good day, Castle Super Boss. Off the top of your head, what's a hidden super boss that is well hidden, hard to unlock, etc.? You can answer now before reading mine, but I don't think there's anything as nearly as obscene to unlock as the example I give. In Daemon X Machina, Titanic Scion, there's a hidden boss at the top of a tower you can unlock by finding the entrance, and all you have to do is fly up to the tower to find the boss. There are no enemies or obstacles in the way, you just have to get to the top. But it takes anywhere from 4 to 8 hours of real-time vertical ascension to reach
Give me
it,
a fucking break.
depending on your build's flight efficiency.
That's the worst. Man, that's the worst.
Look up Daemon X Machina Uranus Tower if you want proof.
That do it.
Is
you kind of ruined the premise.
Yeah,
of the question.
that is obscene. If you're like actually, sorry, 1 sec. 4 hours and 51 minutes in this example of a video by Meerkat Queen. Full climb plus boss fight. 4 hours at the most efficient. Yeah, that's
stupid. That's ridiculous.
Takeshi's Castle level of vindictiveness for the player.
That's just nonsense.
Like if you're unless you're talking about like content that was cut and never meant to be seen, and then people pulled it out and found a way, you know, or Braid with the fucking secret stars thing. Beyond that insanity, I was just gonna say Akuma. Fighting Akuma in Street Fighter not Super and whatever. It was you have to beat everybody, and you have to do
a lot
it.
Of fighting game bosses are like absurdly like weird to get a hold of.
Akuma was the original crazy one with putting in your quarter, beating everybody, never losing a round, doing it in under 20 minutes, and I think you had to get like either perfects or a high score without continues. And then you get to Bison, and then Akuma flies in, kills him, and then you fight Akuma instead. And he's super busted, and you can't beat him anyway. You know? Yeah, that's peak obnoxious. Crazy on that.
I can't think of anything that's like crazy obscure.
I remember... So one that was obscure, but we knew how to look it up to do it, was Culex in Mario RPG.
Oh, I never fought Culex.
Culex in Mario RPG, you had to get a bunch of items and trade them off that were like... It was not an obvious series of trades you had to do.
Well, I fought Culex, but I fought Culex as an adult when we were LPing Super Mario.
Okay,
RPG.
okay.
It's not really exactly the same.
Yeah, you get all this stuff, and then you walk into a room, and then the game turns into Final Fantasy for some reason, and then you just like, what?
Oh, because it's a Square Enix game.
Yeah. But obviously, I think your answer is the fucking...
That's the win right there. That's ridiculous. That's fucking stupid.
Yeah. No, Culex is doable. The Akuma one is like, go fuck yourself, and then this one is just like contempt.
Yeah, and then a lot of people in the chat are saying stuff like a lot of From Software bosses where it's like, yeah, you want to fight Millennia? Go fucking beat the hardest area in the game that's extraordinarily large and also hidden.
But okay, I'm gonna say that like if it's just really hard, but it's like user path 2 or something, you know, whatever, that's okay. It's stuff where you're like, there's no reason you would ever look in this direction, much less jump there, you know. Anyway, all right. Here's one from Kelvin, says, Dear Wooly 2003 and One Piece Pace Pat.
Hey, what's up?
Last year I decided to read Naoki Urasawa's Monster based on y'all's recommendation, and I loved it.
Oh, it's so good.
Incredible story from start to finish, and I'm currently going through 20th Century Boys. Fuck yeah, that shit's good too, and enjoying it as well. Recently, I was able to get my girlfriend to watch the 2004 anime, and while she really enjoyed it, she also had some minor gripes with supposed filler. She argued that anything not immediately progressing the plot was filler, such as vignettes and episodes that focused on side characters. I argued that filler was strictly non-canon material meant to pad out runtime so that the manga could catch up, and that the vignettes served as building upon the themes of morality and the value of human life being explored in the story. Also, I've been seeing sentiments similar to my girlfriend's from other people. It's difficult to tell how many people are media literate and can appreciate the medium beyond hype moments and aura farming. My question is how do you define filler in anime? Is my definition accurate, or am I off the goop?
Okay, first of all, break up with your girlfriend. Immediately. As soon as you get this email response, do it.
It's already too late.
So second of all, filler in terms of anime was like extraordinarily clearly defined.
Yep.
as runtime bloat, be it characters yelling and screaming, or recuts, or flashbacks,
anything that wasn't
or
in the source material.
anything that wasn't a direct translation.
Yeah, and not,
when we're
and I'm not going to say like taking a fight and like adding a scene to the fight. You know, more so
no,
like,
like in One Piece is a really good example. They just flash back to the fucking last episode over and over and over.
sure,
and over.
or like literal arcs of stories where characters that you've never seen before show up and do things. Yeah.
Yeah. So, however, I have seen this mentality where filler is anything that is not currently related to the progression of the A plot.
Fuck off with that. That's stupid.
It is become more popular, and it's like, I don't understand why we're watching the side character. I don't understand why nothing happened in this scene. But things do happen. It's just like, well, it didn't advance the A plot. And by advance, I mean make meaningful progress towards an end goal. It is a very goal-oriented, mercantile way to enjoy any piece of fiction. It is not about like enjoying for what it is being presented to you. It is about, I want to get to the end and know what happened, like nearly exclusively.
To just get in on the discussion, the entirety of the Sasaki Kojiro arc is filler. When Musashi's not on screen, everyone should be asking, where's Musashi?
Also, for Monster specifically, literally every single thing that happens in Monster crescendos towards the end. Like, I can think of one episode of Monster that has characters and themes that never come back, and it's the German couple that Tenya hitchhikes with to a castle about halfway through the series, and that's just a cute little thing about how he's traveling around. Everything else is building up to something.
Oftentimes too, there will be moments in stories where the author decides to use something that seems unrelated to the A plot to establish a feeling, a moment, a thought, you know, a situation, a microcosm of something that the story is overall addressing in a larger way, and echo that again later, but it might seem irrelevant to you now, you know?
So there's a really good scene in Monster where Lunge is trying to figure out where Tenma is, and he's standing in front of a fucking mirror and goes, I'm a doctor, I'm Japanese, I'm a Japanese doctor named Dr. Tenma. And it's like a really fucking funny scene to us, and it lasts a while, and he doesn't actually, like, he doesn't get a revelation about it. He doesn't unlock like a fucking, oh, this is right. It's just like, okay, no, this is the fucking weird nonsense that Lunge is doing as he's trying to track down Tenma. He is a crazy detective, and he's willing to do all sorts of weird, stupid shit. And then that's the end of the scene. That's not filler. That's an important character detail that Lunge is nuts. He's obsessive. He's like a Javert.
This is so crazy too, because it's not where I thought the question was going, because I thought it was going to be about the quality of the filler, because there's good filler and bad filler, right?
No, a lot of people are like, if this does not meaningfully advance the core plot, I don't know why it's here. They want narratives of expository dialogue and forward momentum exclusively, which is really fucking boring. It's really boring. I remember in my English class in 8th grade, my English teacher stood up and went, here's the core elements of a story: setting, characters, plot, and theme. And we are increasingly getting into a weird, like, societal thing where plot is like massively overblown as the primary driver of all enjoyment in fiction. And that's like what all spoiler culture is, where it's like, oh, so-and-so dies at the end. Oh, you've completely ruined it for me. It's no longer worth watching.
Right.
Well, what about the performances of the actors and the setting of the scene and the direction and the music and the experience of enjoying the story?
Yeah, you are. I'm looking at what the fuck? Last of Us season 1, episode 3. You know that really great episode of it. Long time. That's all filler because it's not in the source material. It's quality filler. It doesn't focus on the main characters. It just serves as something to establish what's happening in this world, and it does a better job of that
Like,
than
force
the
your
original
girlfriend to
material
watch
did.
Blue Velvet, a movie I don't even like, but it's a good example of David Lynch. There's technically a story in Blue Velvet. It doesn't matter. Blue Velvet is about the weird emotional state that you live in while watching Blue Velvet, which is like this kind of like low level threatened anxiety and confusion the whole time. I personally didn't enjoy it very much, but it's still great. And it's a great movie, right? Like, the plot is like, to Lynch, the plot is like an excuse to do weird character shit forever.
Sure.
The plot is like nearly immaterial.
Yeah, I often shit on Wild at Heart, and it's not because the events of what unfolds in the movie I don't remember at all. I just couldn't handle Nick Cage's performance. So, anyway.
So I'll tell you one thing.
Mm-hmm.
I can handle any Nick Cage performance. And in fact, I welcome any Nick Cage performance. When he's good, he's great. When he's not, he's great.
There's times where I just, like, something hits you a little bit. Like, okay, that was immediately like, oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, hot take on a cold take on a hot take. All right?
Yeah.
You heard the recent Tarantino Paul Dano fucking shit?
Fuck Tarantino, that fucking prick.
That's
what a wildly personal and assholish thing to do as a celebrated director.
That's a crazy thing. That's a crazy thing to just out and out say and blow someone up like that.
I fucking hate this guy, says one of the best living directors of all time.
Out of pocket.
What a piece of shit.
Out of pocket is the correct term to describe
out of nowhere.
That move. Thinking back on There Will Be Blood, that was an amazing movie, and Paul Dano did an incredible job, and in the third act he does some weird shit that I didn't like, and like when he said it, I was like, that's crazy, dude, relax. I know what he's talking about. I know exactly what he's talking about. For some reason, at the finish line, he starts doing some weird shit when he's been crushing it. And the movie is like 11 on 10. But there's something to that statement about like what he does at the end that's super weird. You know? It's an amazing movie, but that one part, I'm like, I actually know what he's talking about. It is weird. But yes, that is out of pocket nonetheless.
It's so extreme as like a viable like power in the like mentality of Hollywood to just out of nowhere for no reason go, I fucking hate this actor.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
No work.
That's crazy.
That's like immoral.
When you have sway over
when you're Tarantino, yeah, it's ridiculous.
Yeah. All right, some of y'all like the performance. I found that shit got cloud shoes, and I did not. Let's take another one. Dear Toe Jam and Earl.
Earl.
Is there a dub performance that you believe fits the character better than the original voice? Yuri Lowenthal as Simon, or Sarah Wiedenheft as Power? Sincerely, Ashley. I go back to the classics. I always remember Vash the Stampede, Trigun, Johnny Young Bosch, but that turns out to just be how good Johnny Young Bosch is, actually. You know, I think that's the first time I ever heard him, and I was like, this dude, this is incredible. And then Golden Boy, where I'd say they're equal. They're not better, but Japanese and English Golden Boy are equal in quality. And the dub for Excel Saga, simply because it's like, this is an impossible thing to dub. It's full of Japanese ass jokes, and you found not only the way to write it, but you have the lung capacity to speak at the speed that Excel does. Those stand out as incredible dub jobs. And this is dating myself because I'm talking fucking anime from the 20 years ago.
I don't like Grandma Goku.
Sure.
I think Sean and Vegeta are fucking way better than the Japanese Dragon Ball voices.
There's a lot of women that voice like kid protagonists in anime that work really well, you know, Naruto and Gon and stuff like that. Well, actually Gon, I'm not sure. I think I just pulled that out of my ass. But with Goku, as he gets older and becomes more and more of an adult, it becomes pronounced and extra silly over time. But yeah. Sure.
Yeah, that's the one. Everything else that I'm thinking of is like stuff that I'm like, nah, it's equal. Like I could watch Fooly Cooly in either language. I could watch Cowboy Bebop in either language. I could watch, you know, all these classics.
Cromartie.
Cromartie's a really good example.
Cromartie.
I don't watch a lot of anime anymore. Or you know, stuff that's dubbed or subbed in general anymore.
It's nice that it's at least at parity for a lot of it. Yeah, I'm really curious to see if Chainsaw Man animated like is at all what I hear in my head when I was reading through it, because I don't have sounds associated with the characters yet, you know. Anyway, all right. That'll do. Okay. Right. Last quick one.
One more?
One last one.
Yeah, fuck it.
Dear Thomas Wayne and Jonathan Kent, with all the content, statements, and opinions you've put on the internet over the years, what are you most worried about your children finding when they're older?
Nothing. I'm not worried about shit. Not even a little.
I'm sure if me being too thirsty in Hades is not somewhere in an unfortunate highlight reel, there's probably some titty fighter we played on FNF years ago where I don't remember how it went. Maybe. I don't know. I'm gonna say some titty fighter from like 8 or 9 years ago on an unfortunate Scrub Lords.
Mm-hmm.
That one.
Yeah, sure. I'm not too worried about it. Like genuinely, I don't like.
No, not okay. I mean, yeah, like no. If anything, I'm fucking
like, oh, what? I'm gonna be embarrassed in front of my child. What? It's gonna be today.
As a serious answer, get the fuck out of here. If anything, my kid's gonna be hilarious. She's gonna
if my kid ever pulls like, Dad, I found some cringe stuff you said. I'm like, yeah, I changed your diaper. You know, I knew you since you was a little baby. You don't know what I'm, you know, etc.
Yeah.
What? It's, hey, Dad, I can't believe you liked this anime that sucks. Like,
no, I'm sure there will.
I'm actually way more afraid of the other thing. I'm afraid of like, Dad, I found this like ancient band from the oldies. It's called Linkin Park. You ever heard of it? And then I'm just gonna crumble into fucking dust.
I'm like, well, there's gonna be a time and a place where I'm gonna need to see, like, is she gonna, like, what's gonna be the K-pop boy band or Backstreet Boys of her time? Like, what's gonna be the move? What's gonna be the thing? I don't know, but there will be something, you know? There will be something, and I'm gonna fucking squint at it.
Yeah.
With my fucking Leroy, my gray dreads, and, you know, I don't know.
You know, I recently saw a study that broke down music appreciation, and that it basically broke down that across all age ranges, appreciation of music peaks from the age of 17 to 20 and dramatically drops from the age of 34 onwards.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Man, they used to make really great music,
but
back when I was 20.
But I also saw something. I also saw a discussion where a bunch of Zoomers were like, "Oh, but actually, our generation's music does suck. You guys had some better shit."
Yeah,
legit.
That is crazy.
There is a bunch of Zoomers that are like, no. I'm listening to your older shit, and you know what? It kind of slaps way more than our shit does.
And you might have been able to hear that from Gen Alpha if they knew how to type words into a keyboard.
Oh, no.
Or spell their names or tie their shoes.
All right.
And I know what you're saying, Pat. Don't you mean like isn't Gen Alpha like 10 years old? Yes. Yes, the kids can't read.
And they'll be catching shade for the rest of this podcast.
Oh, that's right. Oh, this new generation. Oh, the kids. Got no respect for their elders.
Bye-bye.
6-7.